Good morning. Good morning, everybody. You know what today is, right? If my sound is good, will you put a one, please? Make sure that I'm good. Hey, Jackie Hughes, Critters, Honey K. How are you all? If the sound is good, put a one. Hey, Steffi. Good morning to you. I'm trying to get my TV up and running too. Hey, Thing One, welcome. Yeah, so I'm not going to be on a very long. Well, I guess I'll a little. We'll play it by ear and see. Hi, Carol. Good morning. So I am obviously psyched about Johnny Depp defamation case today, which is where we're going, right? Going on the search for baby formula today for the grandbaby. I am amazed, Honey K, by this baby formula stuff. I'm absolutely amazed. I don't how does baby formula just disappear? Like we didn't suddenly have a ton of babies being born, right? So where'd it go? Hey, Cheryl Jeffries, good morning. I'll tell you what I'll do, Honey K. I've got to go to the grocery store this afternoon, and if I see any, I'll certainly grab it. What are you looking for specifically? Hey, Freddie Mercury, welcome. I don't know. I mean, you can get goat milk. You can get almond milk, I believe. Contact the pediatrician and just tell them we're not finding it. Depending on the age of the baby, you might be able to use like cereal and just mix it really well with like I said, maybe a little bit of the goat milk or the almond milk, but call the pediatrician because a pediatrician, I mean, they know what's happening. There's got to be another solution. It's kind of crazy. It's a crazy story, but I do know, like babies that are lactate intolerant and whatnot. I do know one of my kids was, and we actually got goat milk. And of course, it had to be prepared, and you don't just go get milk out of a goat and give it to a small child. But the pediatricians, I promise you, they have developed an alternative plan. There's something that you can probably mix up, boil with sterile water. They'll have a solution. Like when my son was a baby and he got some kind of bacterial diarrhea. Our old pediatrician, who was old as the hills at the time, so we got a lot of like old wives' tale, solutions. And he said to boil rice and then take the rice water and feed it, put a little bit of sugar in it and put it in the bottle, and it worked like a charm. But you just tell your daughter or your son, whoever the parent of your grandchild is, tell them to contact the pediatrician's office because they know they're working on the problem. They are aware, and they will have a different solution for how to get the nutrients and the calories that the child needs. In the day, yeah, if the baby's allergic to cow's milk, you can use soy milk. Yeah, and there is soy, right? It comes in little cans. I've seen that. I just think that there's a solution, but you have to get in touch with your pediatrician to know how to do it. It's going to take a lot more work. You're going to be boiling food and adding vitamins and adding sugar and, but don't get scared and overwhelmed just because you can't find the formula. There are solutions out there. One thing that comes to my mind, how in short, the protein drinks, when we have kids that, let's say, are badly, or anybody that is badly burned, their calorie and protein requirements are dramatically enhanced. And so they have to consume sometimes 4 or 5 times the amount of protein that you and I would need and caloric intake. And so we give them special powder that is mixed in with sterile water, and that adds calories and protein. And then there's also like the drinks that you can buy at Walgreens. So there's solutions out there, honey. You just got to get in touch with the pediatrician and find out. They may be able to give you a prescription for the protein powders that we add to the water. You may be able to get your hands on some of that. My daughter used soy formula. Yeah. So there are some, there's definitely alternatives. Formula hasn't been around that long, right? And we've been having babies for millions of years, ostensibly. So, all right. Okay, so let me go ahead and get started. We are looking at the Johnny Depp defamation case. It is starting back after having a week on hiatus. And it is quite a notable day for several different reasons. One of those reasons is that I think that Amber Heard's attorneys made a serious misstep in the way that they managed their questioning and their time. The reason that I say that is because they allowed Ben Chu, Johnny Depp's team, they allowed what amounts to 8-9 extra days of preparing for what? Cross-examination, right? That is what right now, to this date, Amber Heard's time on the stand has basically been, show us your stuff, girl. Work it, girl. Work at jury, girl. Tell your story and be the greatest actress that you've ever been. Right? That's been where this current situation with Amber Heard, that's where it's at. It's just unleashing Amber Heard. Let her tell her story. That's where it's been, right? And for all intent purposes, not as an attorney, because I thought that was longer than that. Not as an attorney, because I'm not one, but I am a psychologist. And I think that Johnny Depp's team, in terms of the objections and whatnot, they've been fairly quiet. They just sort of let Amber be Amber. And I think the longer that Amber went, I think the more hysterical and dramatic she became, right? Which if Dr. Curry is right, and Amber Heard is dealing with the symptoms and the effects, the energies of borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, then I think Dr. Curry told them, your best bet is to let her get rolling. Let her get all caught up in the moment. Let her get all caught up in the emotion. And then you will have so much to come back and point out to the jury, hey, she lied here, she lied there, she lied here, she lied there. And so that's one of the reasons why all of the attorneys are just chomping at the bit to get this thing started today. And it looks like it may be fixing to get fired up. They are chomping at the bit for this to start up. She's got a bit more of direct on the stand, but many people believe that they will start their cross exam today, sometime this afternoon, perhaps. And to me, if they wait until a bit later in the afternoon, if they can kind of keep her on the stand, let her get tired, then I would say just come out fighting. Just come out immediately and trip her up, freak her out, right? Get her on the defensive. If you can, trigger her anger, and then sit back and watch fireworks. That's going to be kind of what it's going to be. Now, if they don't do that, they could be gentle in the beginning and kind of get her guard down, and then kind of come in with some hard questions. I would say under normal circumstances, that's probably the best route to getting someone to be a bit more likely to let their guard down and say something they may not want to say. But I think with this particular person, the history, the things that people have come out said about her personality, the way she behaves in confrontation, her maturity level, her lack of sophistication. I'm talking about cognitive and emotional sophistication. I would just hammer her. I would just flat out come out and just start, because the earlier you trigger her, the longer she's got to just torque up. And we've seen this. We've seen people that carry big emotions with them, which is typical for borderline and histrionic. We've seen people that carry big emotions inside of them get upset and they can't bring it down. They just ratchet up and they just get immersed, in all of the drama and all of the emotion. And they just don't have the ability for self-control to take a deep, slow breath, calm themselves, relax, focal point, recenter. They just can't do it. They burn themselves out. Like once they get excited, they get upset, it just builds and builds until there's hysterical crying and sobbing and crying and sobbing, and until they're just exhausted. Now, many of them will look for an escape route when they get to that level of emotional dysregulation. Many of them will get up and try to leave the room. They'll try to run away. It's not so much to run away from the people in the room. It's more of trying to run away from the big emotion, the turmoil that is inside of them. So, if I were Dr. Curry and I was talking with this team of attorneys, I just think I would say, just you come out hammering. You just come out, just challenge what she said. Just challenge, and I think that is going to, I have a reason for believing that that's going to be their strategy. I think that's going to be their strategy because we already have Ben Chew standing up and pointing his finger at Amber Heard, looking her in the eye and saying, "You are the abuser. We have proven Amber Heard is the abuser." And everybody, their jaw just dropped because, you're talking about courtroom decorum, and it just seemed like too early, for that. But he's passionate. I mean, when Ben Chew looks at Amber Heard, there is a look of intense dislike, perhaps disgust. I think that this team truly believes that Johnny Depp does not have the ability. He doesn't have it in him to do the things that Amber Heard said. Now, what are some of the things that have, I think, convinced people that she's just a bald-faced liar. Well, I think there's a lot of big ones. There's a lot of big ones. I guess starting off, I can't get out of my mind, obviously, the audio. You hear the audio, and listen, one of the audios we just found out, it was from 2019. So they broke up in 2016. They were not seeing each other anymore. They were completely different homes. It was a done deal. 3 years later, she was actively trying to get a message to Johnny Depp that she wanted to speak with him somehow. He ended up getting a message from someone, and he went to this hotel in San Francisco, right? In the video, you can hear him. Oh God. She looks like, oh God, look what she's wearing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. She looks like Kim Jong-un. I'm sorry. That was so unprofessional. I blurted, didn't I? I blurted. I couldn't believe it. I've been eager to see what she would choose to wear today. She looks very stern and very stiff, very black and dark. Wow, what a crazy choice for clothing. Weird. Elaine, what the hell's wrong with you? Okay, I blurted. I'm sorry. Okay, where was I? In my damn vacuum cleaner is on. This is a disaster. This is an absolute disaster that I have going on here. I'm sorry. Okay. So yes, I would, the last video that has come out of the recordings of the two of them, Johnny Depp is saying that he's 57. You hear it clearly. He's saying he's 57. So this crazy woman, this woman who has asserted that he SODOMIZED with a bottle, that she miraculously recognizes 6 years later from a photograph in the courtroom that came up because of Ben King. Amber, nobody believes you. What you're saying and doing is so far outside of the realm of possibility. And I would suggest this feels quite... This is the kind of extraordinary story that you would expect a narcissist to tell, that narcissist would expect you to believe. That you would have to have this, feeling of, oh, I'm so much smarter than you are. You know, let me tell this ridiculous story. And no, you know what she looks like? What she's wearing? She looks like a Nazi prison guard. That is awful clothes. But I should quit. Stop commenting. So anyway, I was trying to see if I saw Law and Lumber. Where is Law and Lumber sitting? He's in the courtroom today. He's one of the big law YouTube channels. I hope they sat where they can see the jury, because we need to know something about jury reactions, right? I think I see him all the way over on the wall behind Amber Heard's side. How far back is that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, like on the 5th bench back. I believe that's Law and Lumber. But Runkle is also supposed to be there, and they were standing together. So I wonder why Runkle wasn't. I wonder why Runkle's not sitting with me. Okay. Well, they went on. Okay. So, um, in that latest audio that we received, Johnny Depp clearly says that he is 57 years old. Clearly, and she arranged this, meeting in San Francisco, this hotel, and they're not supposed to be around each other, right? And she is pleading with him to, and she says the words, "I came here to get you back," meaning to, reestablish her control over him. And she tried to give him a hug, and to his credit, he was like, "Absolutely not. Get the hell away from me." I mean, he didn't say that, but that was his reaction. And so he's protecting himself. He's absolutely certain. And he says to her, "How do you expect that I'm going to come back and be open to this idea after all the horrible things that you've said about me? What's wrong with you?" So that just shows you, I mean, 2019, we're only talking about not a full 3 years ago, um, fully 3 years after they broke up, more than what, 5 years since the whole bottle disaster. How can this woman be telling the truth? How many of you have escaped a life threatening domestic abuse, domestic violence situation, and then you go hunt down your abuser 6 years later? Hell no. Most people are hiding the rest of their lives. They're always looking over their shoulder. They're terrified the abuser will come back in their life, right? So we do see Johnny Depp with mannerisms that are consistent with someone who has been abused and been a part of domestic violence. We've seen him shy away and sort of shudder when he accidentally made eye contact with her. I mean, there's it's definitely um, Amber Heard that is in the driver's seat. And well, I guess I should say it's my opinion that Amber Heard is the likely abuser. Johnny Depp is heard time and time and time and time again trying to establish limits and boundaries and saying, "Get away. I'm not going to be involved in these fights with you," while she continues to demand that fighting is normal and it's her right. All right. So, wow, she looks terrible. She looks like a Nazi prison guard. What the hell? And what is she doing? Getting into her role? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be so crazy. Okay. Yeah, we do have a blank screen. Okay. I think what I'm going to do, first of all, I need to shut off this vacuum cleaner because it's about to get loud when it gets into my bedroom. It's going to get loud, and I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to get the trial started on this live stream. Then I'm going to turn off that vacuum cleaner. I'm not going to really comment very much because I really want to be able to listen and focus. And as you can hear, I'm a bit blurty today. I've developed, I don't mind saying, I've developed a severe dislike for this young woman. um, I think she treats people in her life badly. Not just Johnny Depp. I think there's a lot of people now that have come out and spoke about her, and she's a stereo. The stories that are coming out about her are stereotypical for what we expect to see in a domestic abuser. So. Okay, so I am on the Daily Mail. Why haven't they started their stream? I really wanted to avoid law and crime, but I guess I'm going to have to go to law and crime. Let me get that pulled up. That really makes me mad. She looks terrible. Fräulein Hilda, how many prisoners did you take to the... I shouldn't, that's not a funny joke. I better be careful with that. Y'all forgive me. Forgive me. See, that is not the choice I would have made. That is not the choice that I would have made for her clothing attire. What do y'all think of what she's wearing? Okay, let me open this up here and share a different stream. Oh, it's okay. That one's working. Good. Okay. I know I haven't got my sound turned on. Hold on.
It would have been early 2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's
Objection,
notes.
hearsay.
She hasn't even answered it, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'll allow the answer.
By reviewing my therapist's notes.
Objection,
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Listen,
It's explaining
Elaine,
what she looked
it's
at.
hearsay, crazy lady. Go back to law school. Hey, Rabbit
When
Dog,
did you
how are you?
earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Good morning, Bling.
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it
Nurse
was
Ratchet.
that the
Charlie's
violence
Granny,
started
you're
around
right.
early
It's Nurse
2013,
Ratchet.
early 2012.
No, you testified
Her hair
earlier
looks beautiful.
that the first act of
Absolutely.
physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What was the first act?
Objection, asked and answered.
Oh, did y'all see that? Was Amber thinking about arguing with the judge?
How do you remember the first
Amber.
act of violence?
Are you ready for a fight, girl?
You never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget.
My
the first time
goodness.
something like
That was a long stare
had
at the
the date wrong.
judge.
And
Hey, Lainey, welcome.
how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Exactly,
Objection, called for speculation.
Oz.
Overruled.
I said I thought she looked like a Nazi prison
I'm
guard.
embarrassed to
And
say. I think
Granny
I
said
would
she
have
looked
liked
like
to
Nurse
believe
Ratchet.
that the period of time
Beauty does
in which I
not
had to
bring
fall in
with
love with
it
Johnny, in which we
some
fell in
freely
love, and
earned
he was
power.
sober,
Yeah, well,
and he wasn't violent to me.
there's
lasted for
plenty
a lot
of women
longer
that use
than
their
it did.
beauty, Rabbit Dog.
I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love.
When are we going to talk about your
kind of
sobriety,
allowed myself,
Amber?
I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well.
Okay.
I'm embarrassed to say that.
Yeah, because you were
Now,
the
you
one that was
testified
causing
that
the
police
violence,
were called
right?
multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
She is glib,
They
Teresa.
were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012.
Yeah, I said Kim
They were
Jong
called
Un.
in
That's right, Teresa.
2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple.
Rabid. It's Jody
two,
Arias's
maybe two.
And why didn't you
Tool.
tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
You know damn
How
well
many
that they were
instances
doing
of
this
abuse were
over
included
and
in the
over and over
UK
the whole
trial?
week. They were
There
practicing
were
what you're looking at
14
right now.
acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And
Violence.
why were
You
those
know what's so
17
interesting?
included in the UK trial?
In the UK, they never said a
Well, I was
word
not
about the
party,
sexual stuff.
A direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun Council chose.
When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was
Jesus.
called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
Right,
Yeah.
but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
Shut up,
A few
Elaine.
months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in the deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your
Yeah,
Honor,
Elaine,
not
she
saying
already
that
got
this
that
is
objection
overruled.
sustained.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at my therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidence of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me,
you sign that under oath?
I did.
And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
That's not how your memory or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost 4.5. And it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional relationship. So as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on. And unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And, your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So I was frankly, I was shocked to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist's notes, because she was taking them in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, sustain her objection.
Okay, we'll move past what the therapist said in her notes.
Yeah, good,
Now,
good.
there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
All right. And did you describe some of the events of violence in that declaration?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything, was said about violent acts?
See,
in that
she's
declaration?
cueing her what to answer.
I was taking the advice of my counsel. We had it was to get it moved, I believe.
And was there, did you include all of them?
No,
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
no, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration. We were making this declaration in an effort to move it to California, because as hard as it is to go through this sort of trial as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Yeah, but it's very difficult
Now,
in
you testified
California to
earlier
get a
about
defamation
guitars, and you
case,
said you've never played a guitar.
to win a
Have
defamation
you ever
case.
played a
So
guitar
Amber
player
had
in
would be more likely to
You could say
win
I
just
posed
because
with
they're
a
both
guitar. It turns
stars,
out I
well-known
am
people.
unteachable.
Oh, right, critters.
I'm
Oh my
gonna
God,
take you to the
nightmare.
tape recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was not at first. It was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues, in order to discover in a therapeutic fashion, kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Now, we heard an audio tape earlier during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes. Couch was a word that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said about this.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word, like truce. Where you put down
my
the
God.
proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you heard earlier in the recording.
Oh, is that really?
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to the
I'm
extent
asking
it
for-
calls for misheard statements.
I'm asking for discussions. with
I
Mr.
agree,
Depp.
Jackie Hughes.
Still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Yes. What did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of
I agree,
deteriorated
Lainey.
after
No
the
doubt.
December incident that I got beat up pretty badly, and after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Now,
He wanted away from the
26,
abuser.
2015. This is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A? This is a tape recording, and it's going to be at 1 minute, 1:01 to 2:29.
Could you say that times again?
Yes, it's 1:01 to 2:29. And if we could, I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's
What?
hard to hear these.
Is this in evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to
Okay,
confirm
sure.
there's no other voices.
Plaintiffs. Yes, okay. It's not in evidence though.
mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem. No matter what I do, I'm fucked. Because if I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem. If I say the wrong thing, God knows what it is, I'm the problem. I'm the problem either way. That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
That no matter, my perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost like independent versions of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on. That's what I was trying to express to him. It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15, 2015, the premiere of When I Live My Life Over Again. What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 421, please?
I wonder who helped her remember that.
Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Publish
jury? Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a picture of me a few months. I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass
And
in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars? What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
Those are scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 423, please? And does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes, that's
Hold on a second. I'm going to
Yes.
move the admission of Defendants 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you. May we publish? All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
it is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars. Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
Now, after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled on that.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean.
Objection hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said.
So there was this period of sobriety after that. And Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober. And I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it, and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it, was so peaceful. We had such we had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state.
Why are all three
and
of
had
them going the same
a few
direction?
months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and, about looking for homes in California. And we were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, how did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. I mean, remodeled, very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March, early March?
The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home.
If you had PTSD,
Where we were a couple was
you
my
would have
home.
avoided the house.
And that home was often really violent. But it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny, was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180. Clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
June 16, 2015, the Magic Mike Tour. Where did you go for that tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Michelle, can you please bring up Defendants Exhibit 447? I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, remove the admission of Defendants Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a little bit closer. Amber, could you tell the jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms.
Okay.
You can't see everything, of course, but.
Okay. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 449? And Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, remove the admission of Defendants 449.
No
All
objection.
right. 449 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber, could you please describe to the jury what this portrays?
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events, and sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner, and sometimes
I actually on this tour many times had to delay getting out of the car or
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
he was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to do press events.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took this picture in July of 2013. Would you agree with that?
Objection, misstates prior testimony.
That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us, yes.
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
It was in 2015,
Okay,
July.
and please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne. When I returned from the press tour, that's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a small, narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it. And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck.
He looks like to me that
I
he's being
remember
traumatized
I had
by this today.
at one point,
He looks
he
like
ripped the
he's
top of
struggling.
my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up
You
with it
notice how
still
she's
around my
getting,
neck.
breathing
And
deep
with,
again and
giant
getting
knot in the back of my
overwhelmed
head.
again?
Did you keep a diary
Make
at
an eye
that time?
contact with the jury.
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can
is
you bring up
not
Defendants Exhibit
What people
461?
do when they're experiencing an extreme level of emotion, of distress. They pull back. When
Objection,
people
hearsay.
are tearful and they're overwhelmed.
It
they
it
pull
is
back.
a
They
diary, Your
protect
Honor, and I
themselves.
will just ask her
It's
some
very
questions
odd
about it
that
rather
she
than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
Focuses on them so hard.
I'll wait for
It's,
questions. Go ahead.
it's really disconcerting.
What if anything do you recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not asking what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overrule.
I wrote about what happened that night the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording, and I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else in
It's
there.
plaintiffs, what number was it?
It's plaintiffs, it's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
So in the same, oh, they're back already. Never mind.
Any objection then?
No objection.
All right, 390A in evidence.
I saw you doing it earlier, whatever. It's fine, it's secretive. It's deceitful. You already you had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut the fuck up.
Don't
Listen
shut
to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time. Following the brief honeymoon we had, Johnny's use continued, started again is a better way to describe it. And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, sir.
Overrule.
Thank you.
And so I was considering taking that job. And there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down. But obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to.
She just lied.
And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in. And there was a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point, he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went into this old church furnace. I later thought I had a concussion. It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion. And I wrote about it later.
Now, did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr. Depp's computer?
Yes.
What was it labeled?
It was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said, "No fun for JD," in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where it zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage, anytime I moved.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain as to what
Okay.
she believes it was.
Okay. What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of those scars.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often, in fights, would cut his arms or hold a knife to his chest or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself. He'd flick them at me and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my face as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
Now, I'm going to take you to September 15, 2015, and Michelle, if we can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7:55. I'd like to move the admission, Your
All
Honor.
right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 345A in evidence. Thank you.
If you can play, Michelle, please.
I was gonna pour you one.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the
Alright.
first
Give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine, please,
noticed.
so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. I'll be back in 10
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you up the bathroom. Well, when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How? Did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door and waking you up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you were afraid I was going to die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very likely.
But I vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a
Gaslighting.
lot in your sleep, even.
Really?
Oh, it's news to you?
He's completely
Then
gaslighting
this is
him.
affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be so good. I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot? Are you living that and you vomit? You're always with me. I just want to let you try.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that and he swung at me, and I told medical, and the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Well, and that's going to take me to September 27, 2015. Again, Depp, that's plaintiff's exhibit 356A, and the recording is 3107 to 3230. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, thank you.
Why?
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and you
figured
in
it
the face,
out.
and you said, "No, fuck, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie, and then
I
I
didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the
I-
way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit
punched
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. No. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between
poor
me
soul.
and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights?
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did, so I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse when there's not a physical fight? Then what's the excuse then? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away.
Amber, please explain to the jury what's transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
Well, there's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight. Two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him. I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity. The disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights, the disparity of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him.
Oh my God.
I am talking about the difference between a punch, which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense.
That is
I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two. Even if he wasn't twice my size, they're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to
And
him.
it's not twice your size.
The situation that involved,
Oh
the
my
context of
God.
that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us
Wow.
talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his
trying to
body
leave.
and his limbs to try to bust through the door
He was
as I
trying
was
to
trying to
leave.
keep it closed, because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his
And
arms.
that's why he asked you, how are your toes?
His arms, his body.
Because
as
when
he
he
was
got
trying to-
through, he just proceeded to,
prevent me from
pummel
closing
you.
the
He
door.
asked about your toes, and you said,
and
"Oh well,
that
I'm
is
not
a
complaining
separate
about my
incident
toes."
that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident,
Oh, that was
which was a
different one.
bathroom
Okay.
door,
Oh, okay.
and it was
Okay.
one of those ones that he was
The
passing out in.
lies that
I could hear him
Elaine
passing
had.
out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed doors, passing
Man.
out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break.
Unbelievable.
And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you. And
But that didn't get reported.
that was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain, I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
She talks like the
So
abuser.
I'm going to play another clip from that same discussion,
try
and you're under
explain
the plaintiff's
away what
exhibit
is
Depp's
is
356B,
clearly
we'll call that,
her
and it would
telling
be
you don't
from
believe
1
what
colon
your ears are.
29 colon
It's,
27 to 1 colon 30 colon 07. And I'd like to move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 356B in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle?
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really mean it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it. You know, and I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going
Total
on in that
gaslighting.
part of the discussion.
Total gaslighting.
That's
It's
the
obscene
same
that
conversation
that man has to sit there and listen to
where
this
I
crap.
am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to, you know, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. You know, I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying. I blame myself
I agree, Michelle.
as well.
It's a terrible movie.
Blame myself for my part in it. Blame myself for staying. Blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame. Feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change.
Oh my God!
You know, it's almost more reassuring
Did
to
she
take
say
accountability
that she's
for
willing
it
to take the blame?
than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change, no matter what you do, no matter what I did, no matter what I did, still hit me.
Zero
I'm going to
emotion.
take you to October 5,
What?
2015.
Oh,
and
my
Your Honor,
God.
Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp's Exhibit 393A.
Oh
It's another
my
recording,
goodness.
2 colon 40 to 3 colon 43. Move the admission.
No objection.
All right, 393A, plaintiffs in evidence.
The matter is, Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. A tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to, yet again, this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think, or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you
and
a
none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually seen.
That's
Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah.
They've
Have
heard
they
it.
seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan
Because
could fucking
you-
quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its
I
entirety.
think
No,
she was
how could they?
already
No,
aware
exactly.
that these
So
recordings
stop
were going to be
using
used in a
that
court
as
of
some
law.
sort of excuse. Like
At
they
this
see,
point.
they know they work for you, or they're your friends. That
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that conversation.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, you know, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights, and that he would constantly threaten to call them in
So
to
recognize
validate him. They threatened to
she
call
is
them to
now
come into the room
calling
to
every
have them
person
back
that
up
he worked that
him
works for
and
him.
say that it was,
She is
you know,
calling
that
them
my
all
yelling, or
liars,
that I'm at fault, that I'm in the
unprincipled,
wrong, that it's all me, and
unethical,
he would do that in
abusive. She is
almost all of our fights, especially at 2015. He would call his friends and he'd call his staff
in
in
Johnny
to
Depp's life.
back him up, so that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong.
Jesus.
And that was, you know, what I had to agree to over and over again, just even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over,
Well, Michelle,
and
you said it takes two to tango. I'll remember that the
maybe
next
my
time
father.
I see
I'm
a
not
woman
entirely
in
sure
the
how long he was there.
emergency room
We
who
had
has
dinner
got broken
together.
bones and black eyes
Johnny
from her husband beating her.
was disappearing with Manson, doing coke. This was
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know
Michelle,
he was
there's
disappearing
audio
with Mr. Manson with coke?
Johnny Depp saying, "I'm leaving." If you,
that's what
if
I
you
knew of their
start
relationship at the
yelling and
time.
arguing,
Objection
I'm
calls for
leaving because
speculation.
you hiss
Sustain the
when you
objection.
argue.
So
Please continue with
he
that.
got up
There's
for a longer
multiple
period of time.
videos of him setting limits or
Not the
attempting
normal
to
every 5
with
minutes to
this
go to the
out of control
bathroom
woman.
kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was
No, I don't
incumbent,
find her credible,
you know,
Kate.
on me
I
because
think,
it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who's really high,
her hysterical
dealing with Johnny high on
emotion we
coke
haven't
and,
really seen
and
today.
speed, meaning Adderall or
But
some
the
version of that,
hysteria,
is
the
different
big
from the
deeps,
opiate Johnny,
you know,
which is different
gulping
from the booze
breaths
Johnny,
and
or a
all
different
that, but
combination.
then
And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was
focusing
trying
her
to get it
attention
from
to
the
Objection,
look
Your
at
Honor,
individual
non-responsive.
jury members. It's
I'll
not.
sustain the objection.
That's not.
Yes.
So I
Please
was,
continue.
so I
That's not how
wanted
we
to know
process
what I was
emotion.
dealing
We
with. It
pull
was
back
important
with
to my
emotion.
safety to know who
Objection, non-responsive.
that's why I followed him.
All right,
Your Honor.
so what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt. Kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered, and I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me, and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully.
Was it a
but
velocity?
Smashed into a piece of art
Was it a
behind me in the bedroom
velocity
wall,
decanter?
above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I
have
can't really
big
recall
creeps,
and the sequence of
Brumby.
when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs, and I past my closet. I had to change my shirt, and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out, and I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards. Okay, thank you.
So we talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 518? Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518 defendants and evidence you can publish.
And this is from December 15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, it's a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down. and I was punching my head. I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas before, and you returned from the Bahamas sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January, February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas
That's what she's
incidents?
claiming, Lainey.
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay.
I'm so
Without
sorry,
telling what
Freddie.
the medical
I'm
people
so
did, go
sorry
ahead
that
and
happened.
tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honors. Calls for
Yeah, she
speculation.
can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the
It
objection.
calls for
Please tell the jury
expertise, too.
exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that
Oh,
would have led you to
Elaine.
believe he was hallucinating?
Hush.
Same objection.
Sustain. Sustain.
What, Please
That's right,
describe
Elaine.
what
Make
Mr.
the
Depp was
judge
saying.
mad. There's
in
a
January of
strategy.
2016?
He was talking to people who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room
Gaslighting.
behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying.
Gaslighting.
It was terrifying because, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the
Gaslighting.
room with us or not at that point. But I remember
Gaslighting.
he put his fist through a
Wow.
whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor, objection.
I'll sustain the
Yeah,
objection. She
put
can testify to what
Judge,
she
take
observed.
control of your
Please-
courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your Honor,
observed.
may we approach?
Okay.
Ah. Man. Here's why I have a problem with this whole they're toxic to one another, takes two to tango. Here's why I have a problem with that. Because you are responsible for whether or not you hit someone, right? So if someone is
Please tell the jury what you observed.
misleading you and being abusive to you in terms of emotional,
I observed
psychological,
behavior from
mental,
him that was erratic,
you can walk.
rational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now, I'm going to take
If
you up
one
to the
person
beginning
hits
of
another
February
person,
of
it's not
2016,
taken to
February 8,
tango.
February 9.
One person
Please tell the
hit,
jury what
that
transpired
one
then with
person is
respect to Mr. Depp.
responsible for battery.
Around this time, Johnny was, again,
This woman-
behaving in a way.
This
It was
woman
very
told
scary.
the world
It was
that
terrifying.
he used a bottle
and sometimes
to
he didn't know.
RAPE her.
Objection
That
calls
is
for
not two
speculation.
to tango.
I think she can
That is
describe what
battery.
she's. So what are you
If it happened.
describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please, then please continue.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse
I've
me
got
of
my
something.
fingers crossed, Freddie
some
Mercury.
person
I've
in
got
the
my
room with
fingers
me that
crossed.
had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that, even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me, in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear, or he was mad at me, or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying, because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So
And so
had
that's
an
why you
interaction with
went
him
to
and
his
got really
hotel
worried
room in
about that on the
2019
morning
and
of the
begged
10th.
for him to take
All
you
right,
back.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up
after you
Defendants
escaped
Exhibit
all of these
638. It's already
beatings and
admitted in evidence, Your Honor.
RAPE, you went and pleaded
This is
for
from
this man
February
to get
10,
back together with you.
2016.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to play it, Michelle.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You wanna see crazy? Don't give a fucking crazy. Crazy. Crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Why did you videotape this, Amber?
Because I knew he wouldn't remember.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid. It's scary. That's scary. Scared they wouldn't remember.
Objection calls for speculation.
I sustain the objection.
All right. So I'm going to now take you up to April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days, just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days. Good.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, you know, you gotta make it to my birthday party. We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting. I think he said maybe at 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and we were cleaning up, and kind of everyone was still leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. You know, I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling.
Unbelievable liar.
About my birthday and him having missed it.
Unbelievable.
An argument followed that. I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, and kind of shoving me down.
Yes, Vicky.
We had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up like a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me.
History,
This time I went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember I just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore.
Dumbass.
The fight continued into the salon area, which was outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area. Out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked.
And the bone crush.
In that moment,
remember, she's the one who told him
I
this
went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone. Meaning, I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this. From Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. we were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with
her theme
with my body.
Of caveman and,
I remember trying to
Jane dragging
fight him
her
off
around
of
by
me.
her hair, holding her
At
against
some
the wall
point,
by the neck, pummeling her
we're back
over
in
and over
my
with
main
those
bedroom.
rings.
And it's
Why hasn't this woman
I believe
been
I was getting my toothbrush out of that
hospitalized?
bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match. But this one, he kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes, and he would taunt me, grab me by the pubic bone, pubic area.
You
just,
are out of your
as best I can describe it, is he
lady.
kind of just
That
pushed me
is
down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and was he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. You're such a fucking tough guy.
This is
Huh?
important.
Are you so tough
This
now?
is important. This is important. Okay. What she is describing is the kind of behavior that is like pathologically violent, right? Someone who becomes almost like sexually excited by power and abuse, kind of play that S&M role, right? The greatest majority of domestic violence isn't a pathological type of like game-like play, right? It's a person who, for whatever reason, they're overwhelmed, they're out of control, they've got too much stress in their life, or they feel like they don't know how to handle their problems, or they're just kind of under this multi-blanketed layer of stress, and just in general, they're experiencing some outside force that they feel like they're out of control, and they don't know how to respond. And so the slightest provocation or the slightest frustration will then result in like this eruption, right? Now, in the majority of domestic abuse, there's an eruption, people get hurt, there's a fight and whatnot, people get hurt, and then there's intense grief on the part of the abuser. They feel horribly guilty about what they did. It's yet one more thing to inform them that they're a bad person. And then you get the honeymoon period. And we got lots of people that are a member of our community that have experienced the cycle of abuse, right? It's not a pathological way of life. What she's describing is a pathological way of life. She's now made up a second episode where Johnny Depp basically uses her genitals to turn her into a human bowling ball. If that is what and who he is, there would be any number of women in his past that would have experienced the same pathology, right? Think about this. Have you ever try to think of an example? You ever like stood up, somebody had opened up a cabinet over your head, or you had opened up the cabinet and just didn't realize it was swinging back, and you stand up and you hit your head on that cabinet, right? on the door of the cabinet. Oh my God. First of all, it hurts so bad. And then, you know, you get a big goose egg, and then eventually that goose egg turns into a bruise, right? Okay, well, look at the width of that cabinet door. Now I want you to imagine Johnny Depp, the musculature on him and the hands with the knuckles and the rings. I want you to imagine him hitting her on the back of her head over and over and over and over. Do you think there would be swelling? Do you think there'd be bruising? Do you think it would probably even break the skin? Because the reason that hitting your head on a cabinet door hurts so bad is you have a skull, which is hard as a rock, and then you've only got a small layer of you know, a couple layers of tissue, of skin. It's very thin. It's not even like a centimeter. So you're mashing that skin when you hit it up against the cabinet door. So to have his rings and his knuckles hitting you in the same place, in the back of your skull, over and over, you're going to split the skin open. I had a bicycle accident one day, and when I hit the ground, I hit hard enough that my head, you know, I popped backwards and my head hit the concrete, the back of my head. 17 stitches, one hit. One hit. So what do you think would happen if his knuckles and his rings were hitting her temple? Well, I can tell you the story of an 8th grader who was playing shortstop, and the runner was coming from first base to second, and the shortstop jumped for the ball, and the runner tried to jump over the shortstop, and his knee hit the shortstop in his head, and the young man was dead before he stopped moving on the ground. The local doctor was there, he was dead. They brought life flight in, landed on the field. He was dead. One blow from a knee to his temple. If we are right in our belief that Johnny Depp did not do these things to her, that makes her a terrifying sociopathic show pony.
Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just, I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? Like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is
but the
really
recording
messed up.
never,
Can we just not do this,
never
please?
got Amber
Can we stop
Heard
doing
begging
this?
to quit.
Just don't leave. It's my
Only
birthday.
Johnny Depp.
Let's just call it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt. And I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve and that I'd wake up alone. And that no one would ever love me because all of this pointing
You
to
liar.
my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me. My tits sag, no one would ever love me. And
Why did you go to him in 2019 and beg to go back with him? Why?
And he said this was all my fault and what I asked for. And he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now? And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday," and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
I was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
I texted, actually, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday, and I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me, and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in, because there was a lot of glass on the floor, just lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I offered to prove the truth.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
And so we got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dogs, left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move through it, move on, and remember
But I thought he was
trying
controlling you.
put on a brave face and have
Why
a good
would
time,
he
even though it was
give you
impossible.
permission to
Let
go
me
to
stop you for a
Coachella?
few things.
if
What, if
he's
any,
so
plans were
horrible
there
and
for Mr.
controlling?
Depp to join
Why?
you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los
Why
Angeles.
would he let
and
you go?
This happens about 2
I thought
hours,
he controlled
2 to 3
you.
hours away.
I thought you weren't allowed to do
So
anything.
I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Johnny's dog at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled all that.
She's gonna blame it on Johnny Depp's dog.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy,
Oh my
and
God.
had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog. Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers. And it was customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So we leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning, or they came every day, as far as I know.
Okay. Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
You poop in someone's bed.
Did you
That is not a
commit any
prank
kind of
gone
prank?
wrong.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what grown woman does. I was not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life that was really
You were going
serious,
to
and I had just been
Coachella
attacked
to
on
take
my 30th
mushrooms and get
by
screwed
my violent
up,
husband with whom I was
Amber.
desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay,
one, what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay.
Okay.
Next.
So let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay. And who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
Okay. And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you, or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know,
Okay.
this might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay? All right, we'll just come back then at 10:50. Is that okay? All right, 10:50.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, if she's lying, she is a bad sociopath. If she is lying, she said things that were so beyond the pale. Yeah, it's just shocking, truly. But I did notice that Ms. Vasquez, who's going to do the cross exam, she smiled multiple times during this. It was rabid. It was shockingly. I'm going to tell you, they must have said, we're totally losing this. Like, there's no way in hell we've got the jury. We got a Hail Mary. We got to have a Hail Mary. That's the only thing I can think of to go that far. That Johnny Depp is already on record multiple times saying, I was laying in bed, I was reading, she came in, began to hit me. I took her by the shoulder, sat her down, said, that's enough. Called her Uber. He told the story, right? And there's the audio. You can hear the audio. And then she comes back and says, well, I was laying in bed. I had my book. And you saw the look on his face when she said that. He was like, what? What? And she basically just, appropriated his reality. It's incredible. So don't, people that are normal, they don't believe that people like this exist. They just think it's characters in a movie. That would never go to these extremes. In fact, some of us we're so convinced in how good people are. We hear something like this and we think, wow, she must be telling the truth because it's so crazy. It's so bad. But there's actual evidence that shows that he was trying so hard to set limits. And she was demanding for her right to be able to fight, that normal people fight. And he's being a pussy because he won't fight. Right? These people exist. And if you are unlucky enough to get caught up in one, if you bring one of these people into your lives, they will stay forever. You can never get rid of them. She'll go away for a few years. She'll be back, do another trick. She'll go away a few years, be back, do another trick. They go from each bit of narcissistic supply and, like a vampire, and try to suck a little bit out of each person that comes into their life, which is the reason why if you get the attention of one of these people, you get sucked into the madness, they beat you, and you finally escape, you finally get out, you're finally safe, you spend the rest of your life hiding. You spend the rest of your life hiding. You don't have Facebook because you don't want anybody to be able to find you. I've seen people terrified that the IRS was going to tip off their monster as to where they were living. So they would refuse child support. Even when the IRS would say, no, we hide your identity. She'll never get your address. I don't care. I don't even want to take even the slightest chance that they might know where I am. They hide. And this woman went to his hotel room in 2019 weeping and pleading and begging, take me back. I want to get you back. He's like, really? After everything you said about me? The very fact that she could say all these things about him and then come out begging and pleading to get back together should show you right there she's not operating on the same plane that someone who is a bit more healthy would, right? It's such a sad, terrible situation. Really, really terrible. All right, so I'm going to be out of pocket for a few hours. I'll leave this up running, or if you guys want to go to another, channel, that's fine. And I'll be back at, I believe, 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'll be back at about 1:30 probably. And then I'll resume. Okay. All right. Well, thank y'all for watching this with me. And like I said, I'm going to keep it running. Okay. All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
We ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sure, sure.
Does that make sense? Okay.
All right, ready for the jury then? Yes. All right.
What, if any, contact did you have with Mr. Depp during the period from April 21 to May 21, 2016?
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their, guests, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I were we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
Okay. And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had, it's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No one would talk to me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he had on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
Okay. And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We, as I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of on the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
Okay. I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Aaron Fellotti's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30. And I'm going to direct your attention to the entry for 5/11/2016, where it says, if I can see, here we go. Let me see if I can do some reasonable highlighting here. Okay, it says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male high-profile client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that. I learned the hard way that that was a terrible idea.
All right. Well, while we are on the these same notes, I'm going to refer to the Coachella, which is up above, and it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home, meaning at the hotel, with my best friend in bed.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Aaron Fellotti was testifying, we recall the 5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016. And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received. And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that
after
was
this.
the day after Aaron Fellotti's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page for the client history. When did you provide a client history to Aaron Fellotti?
Never.
When did you first get assigned Aaron Fellotti?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Okay. Did you ever use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old, but stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that, and I'm glad for it.
Okay. Then it also says here that I'm going to move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you. It has, per report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper, client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Fellotti?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
Okay. And at the time of the detox, was Erin Fellotti your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her, and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle. Now, I'm going to take you to May 21, 2016, and I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I had communicated with Johnny. On that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only he was going on about scientists and DNA and feces, that he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that, as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred with about the DNA results with. Just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it's not about the truth of the matter. We're talking about what her.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't like incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm just not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having. And I thought, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not out for the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. You know, our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on speakerphone. And I
Tell
say,
us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection,
It's
hearsay.
not offered to prove the truth of the matter, is asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove that
here, we're not here about whether Io,
I'll sustain
on
the
the back.
objection. Next question.
all right. All right, so Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay. he's
Objection, Your
talking,
Honor.
Correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
So Io is talking. We can't say what he said. What is the next thing that happens on your end with Mr. Depp?
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, fuck off, and just screaming at him. That's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone and try to, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy. For lack of a better explanation, it sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be set off and come back. I mean, it's not offered to prove the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay. In that
I'll overrule the
nature.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please tell us what Io said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
Io said, "Amber, get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out of that house." Io had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup after December 15th, 2015 incident. And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she could provide the
I'll
context.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, so please continue.
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time, led into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at Io some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye. I put my head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch, and I haven't seen him for a month. And last, several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me, and I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?" And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, "Yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back?" And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment, she came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, "No, no, Johnny, no." And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. "Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up." And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is, "Boss, boss." And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, "Boss, boss." And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Next one.
So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
Then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. And I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
I'll sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
Okay. All right. So what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refuse to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at some pictures, but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
At that time, after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
Okay. I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendants 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of foundation.
If you want to approach.
Yeah.
Can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, you know, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I
of
pushed
these pictures?
info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 708.
The objection to 708.
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds
Your Honor,
for the metadata,
Okay, if you want
alleged
to approach
metadata.
again. Okay.
Your Honor, one moment, please. I'm
All
just
right.
trying to figure out how to move this fast.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it.
Thank you.
Okay, 708 with the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury?
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is,
But we couldn't
is
put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown.
that we
as that
approach.
exhibit.
Okay, we can
This
approach.
is
That's fine.
So for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendants Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that. Michelle, please. Remove the admission of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with rejections.
All right,
Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
Okay.
Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
That is my face after the phone incident. That's that night.
All right, let's bring Defendant 710, please. And Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right,
Thank you.
710 with the redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor. And for the record, this photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please describe for the jury here, Amber.
That is my face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendants Exhibit 711. And I'm going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 711 with redactions and evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
And
that
when,
evening.
and when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what'd she do?
So overrule.
Thank you.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say. So she wanted to protect me.
Okay. So let's go ahead and bring up 712. All right, now move the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
That is another picture of my face,
Okay.
taken around the same time.
Okay. And then let's go to 713. Move the admission of 713, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay. Let's go to 714. Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions, you can publish.
And please tell the jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. You take that down. Let's go to 715. I'm going to move the admission of 715, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 715 with redactions, in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to 716. Move the admission of 716.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 716, evidence as redacted.
And Emma, could you please tell the jury what this picture depicts?
Yes, it's the business card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And were the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after, or do you know?
Objection compound
It's not.
and calls for
Your
speculation.
Honor, compound is only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717. And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 717 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you. And please just briefly describe to the jury what this is.
The two officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be, I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendants Exhibit 1374. That's 1374. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. All right, move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence, 1374A in evidence, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T. And move the admission of 1493T.
No objection.
All right, 1493T in evidence.
And what does this depict?
This is a picture of my face after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S. And move the admission of 1493S.
No objection.
All right, 1493S in evidence. Published.
And what does this depict?
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described Mr. Depp destroying or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 700? And based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata. Move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 700.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions, you can publish.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse, penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection, Your
security
Honor,
not to.
speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain as a foundation if you want to.
Okay. So what's depicted, what's the damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so that
Honor,
he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation. She
All right.
hasn't established that she was there.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
I'm
speculation.
trying to lay the foundation here, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Well,
question.
let's do this. Never mind. We'll let somebody else tell who did it, okay?
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what is the damage? What has been done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'll sustain the
All right,
objection.
let's go to 701. Move the admission of 701.
With redaction, no objection.
All right, 701 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you. Amber, can you please describe what's depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
So just describe what you see here as opposed to say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Okay. Let's go to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant 702, please? Oh, Your Honor, and I forgot on the last two. For Defendants Exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was Exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And Exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was Exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 702 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
Yes, it is broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please? Move the admission of defendant 703.
No objection.
All right, 703 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of this stairwell in the same apartment, Penthouse 5, which is the apartment where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of picture. I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please. Defendants. Michelle, thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you. And let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Haddon as Exhibit 34 to both their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in Penthouse 3, the main apartment.
Okay. And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up 705, please? Move the admission of 705.
No redaction. No, excuse me, no objection.
All right,
And let the
705 in evidence. with
Thank you,
redactions.
Your Honor.
Thank you, go ahead.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in Exhibit 36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Okay. Let's go to 707. Jury, what's depicted here?
This is the hallway leading leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please. Move the admission of 718.
No objection.
All right, 718 with redactions and evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please. Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's one corner of the kitchen in penthouse 3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please. Thank you, Michelle. Move the admission of defendant 720.
No
All
objection.
right, 720 with redactions.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, deposition Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions, published.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition Exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again my office, different, same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722. Move the admission of defendants Exhibit 722.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 722 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition Exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Okay. You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please. Move the admission of defendant 723.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted in evidence.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724. Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition Exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725. We're almost done, just 2 more. Promise. Move the admission of defendant 725.
No
All
objection.
right, 725 with redactions.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition Exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like Penthouse 5.
Okay. And last but not least, Michelle, please, Defendants 726. Move the admission of?
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We will get a tissue. Yes. Thank you, Halissa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as Deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one, or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into Penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in Penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay, it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection. Next question.
So what happened next? Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
A few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked?
Yes.
But you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's body-worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right,
Just
I'll
keep
stay
going
with objection.
forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't seem to, they didn't do what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay, or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned, and they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had, and they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from a quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered, and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 772? What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional, thinking that just because he saw my friend's beads out on the countertop, that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendants Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. And I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot. PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendants Exhibit 773. Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5:13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him. This is the 5/21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. Or I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead. Your Honor, can
She
we
can't
give?
scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly so she can read the whole thing.
Okay, makes sense.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that that I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce. And eventually I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendants Exhibit 773, and this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say, you should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry. That he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page. Up to the green, please. And he says here, I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
understand-
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
I'll sustain that objection.
I'm trying to get to the
Yeah, I
next
know.
one here.
Then you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I'm clear and I am me?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
All right. I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now, those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22, it's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection, calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it. Okay. So tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do?
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy and went to Al-Anon. I got help. I read books. I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, that not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, you know, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, you know, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive. I'm so scared that it was going to end really badly for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much. I would have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them, no matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's not up for debate. Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication, and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of
for-
foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation if you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe, and that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So without saying what the counsel said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 800, please? Move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 800.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence. Publish.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please? Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber, if you can tell the jury what this is.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary restraining
I did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was, to that point, at that point in my life, had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good
that.
break point. Okay, great.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You
Yes.
said that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us. And I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer, and I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. Okay. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled on that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement, and it's Defendants Exhibit
If you could by the microphone, please.
Oh.
We can't hear you. There you go.
May I approach the witness to?
Well, that's what you could show counsel.
This is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or 2, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green. And then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or 2, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman. Or, if you wear a lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
Okay.
You always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning, wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it. And I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Okay. I think that's.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank you. Court is still in session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. All right. And again, Ms. Hurd, since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay? In your testimony. All right. Let's come back then at 1:40. Okay. All right. Thank you. 1:40.
Period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love, and he was sober and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse. Violence.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun counsel chose. Okay.
All right, we learned a lot once again from Amber's side of the story this morning, and I have two great guests with me this afternoon to break down all of this testimony. Forensic investigator Joseph Scott Morgan and criminal defense attorney Lara Yaretsi. And thank you so much for joining us, guys. Lara, let's start with you. Why are these dates so important to the trial?
They are extremely important. They go to her credibility. So if she, for example, got one of them wrong, we had her explain why she got that first incident, the first incident of abuse wrong. And she explained why and how she was trying to almost believe that this didn't start or the abuse didn't start early on. So it's very important. They want to show her credibility. All of it goes to her credibility.
Now, Joseph Scott Morgan, should the jurors be concerned with the discrepancies between the testimony in this trial and the UK trial?
Well, I suppose so. I don't know how much of the UK trial is actually, going to weigh in this particular case. However, I will say this, going to your initial question about the timeline, I think that it's very important that we understand this. Famously, I think it was, before they retired for last week's trial, that period of time, she had talked about the makeup case and how that particular branding, the company had flatly said in their social media that, or they had implied at least, that particular makeup case and combination that she claimed to have used wasn't even sold at that particular time. So I think that defense is probably traveling back a bit here to kind of bolster her credibility. I think that that's, again, part and parcel of all of it.
All right. Well, as you guys know, we are currently on a lunch break now in Fairfax, Virginia. A great discussion to start off right now. We're going to have to take a quick break, but when we come back, so much more to discuss with our great guests. You're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu, and welcome back to For the Record here. It is day 16 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We are currently on a lunch break right now, but there is so much to break down as Amber Heard took the stand under direct examination today. As for those of you who are joining us right now, the 58-year-old Pirates of the Caribbean star is suing his ex-wife, Amber Heard, for defamation for an op-ed that she wrote in 2018 in the Washington Post. And Amber Heard is countersuing Johnny Depp for $100 million, saying that he is tarnishing her reputation. Now, as I mentioned, Amber Heard took the stand this morning, and she had a lot to talk about as well. She told the jury just how violent it got between her and Johnny Depp. Let's take a listen.
Please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne. When I returned from the press tour, that's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it. And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck.
All right, so keep that thought. And before I bring in my guests to discuss what's coming up next, let's take a look now at another recording of the couple arguing on their honeymoon.
I saw you doing it earlier, whatever. It's fine, it's secretive. It's deceitful. You had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school teacher. Shut the f*** up. Listen to me, and then you can f***ing respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's f***ing mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't f***ing pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
Certainly some very tough things to listen to for Amber Heard there. All right, let's break this all down now and discuss this. Joining me, forensic investigator Joseph Scott Morgan and criminal defense attorney Lara Yeretsian. Thank you so much for joining us both. Lara, we're going to start with you. What do you make of Amber Heard's testimony about her honeymoon? Should this couple ever have even been on a honeymoon in the first place?
I agree with you. Should they have been on that honeymoon? But you also wonder if this was truly going on and if he was as abusive as she's been describing him to be, someone of her stature, someone who is a celebrity, who had, I'm sure, a lot of support, why would she have stayed? And that's something, it's a question that I'm sure a lot of people are asking today. And I understand that people who are women, whether it be women or men, who are subjected to domestic abuse, a lot of times will stay. The only difference between her and others are they're not all celebrities. And we expect differently of celebrities. We expect someone like her, as we heard her on the tape, to stand up for herself. So that's where I would leave it.
And Joseph Scott Morgan, let's talk about the audio recording. Do you think that helped Amber Heard prove her case?
Well, yeah, and I think to the exclusion of someone's bias relative to what my esteemed colleague said just a moment ago regarding celebrity. And that I think that isn't that something that's probably, I mean, juror members are human. And can you imagine what a surreal event it is for them to have to kind of wade through this and listen to these people that are kind of held up in almost demigod-like status and see their dirty laundry? And it's not, this is not something that's crafted by a publicist. So you wonder how does that compare to the recordings that you hear? Does the veil suddenly come down, or the scales fall, whatever you want to use there, fall from the eyes of the juror members, and suddenly it begins to humanize them, and you see what life was really like behind closed doors. I truly wonder, what kind of impact it'll have.
And Lara, before we take another break here, her credibility, did you feel that she gained more credibility from her direct examination today, or no?
I guess when you look at her testimony overall, I think she has gained some credibility, but at the same time, there's also been a backlash, and I'll explain a little why. Sometimes when she cries, when there's a lot of detail, sometimes she talks too much. You start wondering why. Some of the answers could have been just short answers, and they don't necessarily need tears. It's been over 6 years at this point. She's been through therapy since, so I would have.
Sorry, Lara, we're going to have to take a quick break right now. When we come back, Anjanette Levy is going to be here with Gene Rossi in Fairfax, Virginia, to answer some questions. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to For the Record, live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia, where the trial, the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, is well underway. Good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and joining me here today is former federal prosecutor and all-around good guy, Gene Rossi, who's actually prosecuted had defamation cases before. So, Gene, thanks for being with us today, as always. It's been a busy morning. We've been listening to Amber Heard on direct examination. Her direct examination had concluded a week and a half or so ago, and it resumed this morning. And so we heard some new audio recordings between the couple. We heard ones that we had heard previously, then we heard some that we hadn't heard before. So let's listen to some of the argument between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This is from September of 2015. And also, as you know, we're taking your questions live on YouTube. So submit them on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. We will answer them, Gene and I and our other guests. So let's get back to this audio from September of 2015. This is of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard arguing. And this is an exhibit being presented by Amber Heard during her testimony. So she is saying this shows who the real Johnny Depp is, somebody who treated her poorly.
I was going to pour you one.
I'm not alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
All right. Well, your truth is really interesting, too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the first person that's
Please,
noticed.
so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. We'll be back in 10
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes. Just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, I didn't pull you out of the bathroom, but when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
I tried to.
Did?
Yeah.
Oh, did you inside?
I didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door, waking you up every 15 minutes, and then calling you asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you're afraid I was going to die.
I thought you'd choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very likely.
But I vomit a lot.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep.
Good.
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
That'll be so good. I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot, or you tell me that? Look me in the eyes, you don't vomit. You're absolutely. Thanks for that. You try
Wondering what was your reaction when you heard that clip played this morning? And we just listened to it again. Does that help Amber Heard's case?
Yes, it does. Because first off, it's sad to listen to that. Mm-hmm. But in that recording, it corroborates her testimony. And this is the key, corroboration. It's a he said, she said. And this tape corroborates what she said is he is out of control. He not only goes on binges, but his behavior is a danger to her and to himself. And that recording corroborates that he passes out, he's naked, he's throwing up on himself. She's worried about him dying on his own vomit. It's actually very sad, but it does help her case. It does.
All right, let's get to your questions. This one comes from Doxy on YouTube. Didn't she just say that she wasn't wearing makeup to get the restraining order? Okay, so this has to do with toward the end of the testimony before the lunch break. Makeup has been a central part of this trial. I mean, we've heard so much about makeup. We're getting into the beauty routine. She said she had this bruise kit, but apparently, saying no makeup for the restraining order, even though she always wore makeup. She shows up at the courthouse and the bruise is visible. So what's the deal there? If she's been covering it all week long, why wear it to get the restraining order?
Well, that's something she's going to have to explain and that the jury's going to have to take in. I will say this, if the jury thinks that those videos are doctored and that she's putting on makeup to show that she was harmed more than she actually was, then she is exaggerating her claims, and that does help Johnny Depp a lot. Somebody just asked me a question.
Oh, that's the producer talking in our ear. You're not used to that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Continue.
Yeah, I'm not used to it. But I if the jury believes that she was putting on makeup to put on a hoax, if you will, and that's the word of the day, if not for the whole trial, then the jury's going to go with Johnny Depp's side and support the theory or adopt the theory, join in the theory that she's just an exaggerator and all this is just a fantasy in her own mind. However, if there's some, whether she did have makeup on, and that could be something that could help Amber Heard.
I think it's interesting because, you know, she's talked about, you know, the stuff she puts on, the tint, the concealer, all this stuff, we're girls. We wear a lot of stuff, right? Yeah. I mean, when I'm off work, you're not going to see me in a stitch of makeup. I'll tell you that right now. This is like a lot to do. But let's get to our next question. I think it's interesting too, Gene, just to touch on that. That's right. The central question of this case. Was this a hoax? That is the question the jury has to answer. Yep. And we're going to get into that later. And we'll probably, I should probably hold off on bringing this up, but we're going to hear the word metadata a lot more. You heard it today. You heard it one other time when Johnny Depp was on the stand. Metadata. You might notice that the photographs that are being entered into evidence, all of the timestamps on there are redacted. And because that's a central issue in this case too, I just want our viewers to understand that, because when those photographs were taken is a key question the jury has to answer. That is in dispute, and we'll get into more of that later. Next question comes from Christina Palmieri on YouTube. Why is Amber's attorney continuously correcting her about how to answer questions, and what does this tell the jury in regard to her accountability? I was kind of noticing this too. I know what I think about it. Gene, you go. Tell us.
Well, here's the thing. Amber Heard could not talk with her attorney the last 12 days. So that's one reason why when she's on the stand now, she's making statements that are objectionable. What she told somebody or texted somebody. And that's because the attorney was not able to prep her as much as she could. But they should have done this before the trial. Now, what does it say to the jury? I see this a lot in my trials and trials I've watched. So it doesn't bother me that much, maybe because I did a lot of trials, but it may affect the jury that, listen, this witness, Amber Heard, doesn't know when to avoid saying something that's going to be objected to. I will say this, the objections are flowing fast and furiously. And, I don't know what the percentage rate on sustaining is, but I take the view sometimes there are too many objections.
Interesting. Can I just add to what you were talking about Amber Heard trying to quote people? I had a really interesting discussion with someone about the UK trial. That was allowed in the UK trial. All this, so-and-so told me this and this and that and blah, blah, blah. That was all allowed in the UK trial. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
I'm telling you right now, I had this really interesting conversation and telling all of you guys watching there about this. Apparently in the UK trial, a lot of hearsay was allowed. Right. And the rules are just different over there. So, that's why she's probably trying to go there. And then Camille Vasquez is objecting. And I don't think, it's my understanding there's no smoking gun in here somewhere that they're trying to hide. It's just that they're saying it's all this stuff she's trying to say is hearsay. That's my understanding. So I wanted to get that out here. Our good friend from Twitch, Waterproof Mascara, is sending in a question. Since Amber just stated she doesn't always use the Milani makeup, remember the palette? We've talked about the palette a lot. The Milani makeup, the TikTok video. Can the court dismiss it since her own lawyer said repeatedly that it was the exact makeup product that she used?
Okay, what an attorney says in opening statements and in closing arguments is not evidence. So that my understanding, that comment was made in opening, and a jury can should totally disregard that. So the court does not have the discretion, in my view, to strike what Amber's saying right now about this makeup. But that's a very good question. That's a very good question.
And we made this point on the air last week. Neil Rockhind and I and Joseph Scott Morgan, we were all talking about this. Elaine Benehoff didn't just pull that palette out of nowhere. right? Somebody gave it to her.
Somebody gave it to her.
Amber Heard gave her that. I mean, like, I don't know that for a fact, but I know that Elaine Benohoff didn't just pull this out of thin air and say, this is it, right? So I think that's going to be something that's going to come up on cross. Am I wrong?
That will come up on cross, and they're going to hold up a duplicate mascara container to illustrate the point.
Okay, so this is going to be our last question before the break. This is a good one. I think this is interesting too, because we saw nurse Erin Borum-Fellotti testify via video deposition. This is from Dorlian Lindiza from Facebook. Is Amber Heard and her attorney saying that the nursing notes are doctored? Because Erin Borum-Fellotti said she self-reported she had an eating disorder. She self-reported both bipolar disorder, alcohol and cocaine addiction, all this stuff. And today she's saying, no, that's not true. I didn't say that. So would the nurse have committed a federal crime? A nurse I know who was believing her story up to this point is not believing her today because she's contradicting the notes from the nurse from back in 2016.
All right, let me tell you this. I don't think a jury's going to believe what Amber Heard said about the medical notes. What I think is going to happen is they're going to believe what was written in the notes. They're going to believe the nurse, and what Amber said about the notes. That's just it's not going to lend much credibility to Amber Heard. That's probably one of the weakest parts of Amber Heard's testimony.
The nursing notes?
That she's walking
saying
away from the nursing notes. I think that's a very weak part of her testimony.
All right. Keep those questions coming on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube chat, Twitter. Submit them. We'll get them answered. We have to take this break for the network, so stay with us, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. This is just a commercial break for the network. You're watching For the Record on Law and Crime. Welcome back to For the Record, live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. We are on a lunch break in the case of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It is the Hollywood defamation case, and it's really been something to watch. It's a really sad case when you get past some of the things that have been kind of funny. There have been some amusing moments in this trial, but this is a case about domestic violence, and it's really awful and sad to listen to these recordings and things that you hear. I hope people are really paying attention to that part of it and taking some lessons away from this. We are going to go to a question, and joining us, Jean, now is for Florina Altschiller, pardon me. She is an attorney joining us this hour. Florina, welcome. I'm going to toss this question to you. Florina, Pam Sears from YouTube wants to know, how much will the jury take into consideration that these two people, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, are actors? Are they acting? Are they putting on a performance? All witnesses put on a performance, right? So what do you think of that, Florina? What do you think the jury will think of it?
Yeah, what a great question, because this really is a unique situation. In every case, the credibility of a witness is going to matter, and it is the job of the jury as the fact finders to decide how much weight to give their testimony. The job of this jury is that much more difficult because they have two professional actors telling two very convincing stories, and they're going to weigh which story makes more sense and which story is more believable. Unfortunately, I think it's not an easy job because they are professional actors. And so what this jury is going to need to do is look at what facts and evidence corroborate these stories and where there are inconsistencies, just like they would do in any other trial, and kind of put the acting factor aside, because they're both actors and they're both doing a damn good job acting.
Well, Florina, I agree with you. So I think they're doing a fine damn job, too, of doing the acting as well. And what I want you to really think about here, you know, I think I remember taking a class, a sociology class in college, and there was something I remember that stuck out to me, that life is a stage, right? And there's characters on the stage. So even if you're not an actor, if you're on the witness stand, you might not be putting on a performance, but you're still performing, right? You're still being observed. You're almost on a stage. Okay, so we're going to go to a clip now. We're going to listen to Amber Heard from earlier today, where she talked about how she dealt with Johnny Depp's substance abuse issues. So let's listen, and we'll take more of your questions on the other side.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit. And vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Jean, what do you make of this testimony with Amber Heard talking about having to turn Johnny Depp over? She says so he wouldn't choke on his own vomit. It almost reminds me of like Jim Morrison or Jimi Hendrix or something, you know? Like, I mean, it's horribly sad to think that somebody could be in that condition. But it didn't sound like Johnny Depp, you know, really thought, like on his testimony, it didn't seem like he was corroborating that. So your thoughts on this bit of testimony?
Well, I think what the jury's going to do, playing prognosticator, is they're going to analyze Johnny Depp's testimony and Amber Heard's, and they're both actors, okay? And Johnny Depp was admitting that he went on these binges, but he only went so far. He really backed away from blacking out. He backed away from vomiting a little bit. And what the way she's describing this, it doesn't sound like she's acting. It's too lucid and natural and extemporaneous in the way she's describing how she was trying to save him. Would vomit all the time, and this corroborates her story, that her version of events, that he was completely out of control. He couldn't control himself, and the next step is, when you're like that, you could be violent against your wife. And I think this part of her testimony is helpful. The other parts about the nurse's notes and things like that, the makeup, not so much. But this part, I think she's hitting home with the jury, in my view.
The nursing notes really stuck with me. It'll be interesting to see how much the jury focuses on that, since they're sitting there taking notes. Okay, our next question, Florina, I'm going to toss this one to you. What are your thoughts on the impact that this case will have on domestic violence in the future and domestic violence cases?
People who find Johnny Depp to be a compelling witness, which many people do, will actually have their eyes open to the possibility of male victims of domestic violence. And I could tell you, as somebody who has previously been a prosecutor and worked in domestic violence, there are male victims. It happens. There are males who fall victim to male partners and males who fall victim to female partners. And it's a lesser known thing. It's not as widely addressed, really. And most of the time we think of domestic violence as female victims. And so I think, and I hope, that if this trial does anything, it actually opens society's eyes up to male victims of domestic violence, to a gender neutral view of domestic violence. And certainly I think in this case, there's a lot going on in a dysfunctional relationship where both are treating each other pretty horribly.
And I think that's a good point you bring up about the men that men can be victims of domestic violence. I mean, that's not a new phenomenon. It's just that men don't report it. And a lot of women don't report it either. But I was having a conversation with Dr. Catherine Kuhlman, who's on our network sometimes, about this last week. She was on my radio show. And she said, she's hearing from male, clients of hers about this. So, there are male victims out there. I've actually known one. So it's really, really sad. All right. Tiffany Elock. Jean, this is a good question. Tiffany Elock from Facebook. With regard to Amber Heard's testimony, she originally testified that she didn't cooperate with the officers responding to the penthouse because she was advised by her entertainment lawyer that she spoke to before the police arrived that she shouldn't cooperate. And she said today, I told the police officers on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to cooperate or I'm not going to file a report. But then she said later in her testimony, I want to get Johnny in trouble. So Tiffany wants to know, do you think that the cross will catch that she gave two different reasons, or do you see those as two different reasons?
Well, I think those reasons complement each other. I do believe that she talked to her attorney. And I do believe that she didn't want to implicate Johnny Depp. I don't see a great inconsistency. Will they try to address that in cross? Yes. But I do believe, I think a jury will say both are accurate and they're not inconsistent. That she did talk to her attorney and that she tried to protect Johnny Depp. I think that part of her testimony, I think, is reasonably believable.
Okay, Florina, our next question is from Keyforge from YouTube. These names really crack me up. Can you comment on Amber dropping the term, quote, bruise kit? She said that right before we went to lunch, into the mix. That has to hurt her, right? That's Keyforge's question.
You know, ultimately, each of these individual facts is going to be a question for the jury as to, one, whether or not they caught that fact and whether it mattered to them, and two, how much weight do they want to give that fact if it's a fact that they caught. Remember, we're into a third week of trial now with many more weeks to come. I don't know how intently they're taking notes and what they're remembering. Chances are each of these facts, which our audience is doing a phenomenal job catching and remarking on, right? Each of these facts will need to be brought back up in closing argument for the jury to be reminded of it and for the jury to give it some weight if they even remember it. And that's why I think it's going to come down to a really strong closing argument to put each of these facts together and to explain to the jury why that fact matters, if it does at all.
We might need to hire some of these people asking the questions because they catch a lot of stuff. they could be like professional. They could be our producers or like note takers or something. Yeah. I mean, they've got some good questions. They notice a lot. Nothing gets past them. All right, this one to Eugene, Nikki 1303 from YouTube. Today, Amber Heard corrected her answer from her last testimony on Thursday and Friday. I think this person meant Thursday, Nikki, because there was no court on Friday. Is this allowed? And this has to do with when the domestic violence first occurred. She said 2013. Now she's saying 2012. Is she allowed to do that?
Absolutely. I had countless witnesses. During the morning, they would say something, and then in the afternoon, they would come to me and say, I think I misspoke, and I have to correct something. And I think I got to give credit to the attorneys for Amber Heard and to Amber Heard. She made a statement to the jury Thursday of last week, I think it was.
Week before last.
2 weeks ago. Yeah. That she said it was 13 or made a statement that wasn't accurate. And now she's coming back and saying, you know what? About a week and a half ago, I made a statement. It was inaccurate. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. That actually helps your credibility, and it also helps the credibility of the attorney because you're not allowing something to hang out there that's not true or accurate.
All right. We are still taking your questions, so submit them. YouTube chat, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. We will answer them to the best of our ability. We love taking your questions, so keep them coming. This is For the Record, live from the Fairfax County Courthouse on the Law and Crime Trial Network. We will be right back. Welcome back to For the Record here on Law and Crime. We are coming to you live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. We are on a lunch break in the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard. And we are taking your questions live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. Keep them coming. We love it. We love answering your questions. You guys have great questions. And this one comes from Spoke Sonnet. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, from Twitch. Florina, I'm going to send this one to you. How much longer does Amber's lawyer, Elaine, have for direct testimony? When can we expect cross?
You know, there's no cutoff. She's going to lose the jury at some point if she goes way too long, right? Ideally, what you want to do in a good direct examination or cross or anything that you're presenting is you want to get in, you want to get the details, and you want to get out. Primacy and recency matters. If you're going to do a direct examination that's going to go on for 3, 4, 5, 6 days, at a certain point, you lose the jury. But there is no rule where a judge can cut her off or stop her, because she has as much time as she needs to tell the story that she's telling. And if you recall, Johnny Depp was on for multiple days too. So it's not really one-sided that she's taking too long, but certainly if she goes on for many, many days, it's going to start getting lost.
All right, so this next question, Jean, is for you. It comes from Sandra Buttress. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, from YouTube. And Sandra, if we haven't hit your questions before, we apologize. This is the first time I'm seeing your name, but please keep the questions coming. Sandra asks, how will the jury take it when Amber said, quote, "I have never done coke," and today she said she has? Please answer this question. Okay.
First off, I don't think a jury anywhere on the planet would believe that Amber Heard, actress married to Johnny Depp, never did cocaine. Okay, I'm sorry, that's just not believable. If she sticks to that canard, "I never did cocaine," I think the jury could tune her out completely, because it's absolutely patently absurd.
She reported it to Nurse Fellotti, and today she's saying she didn't, acting like she didn't say these things. But she did. Nurse Fellotti said she had reported addiction to cocaine and liquor.
Listen, the jury's going to believe the notes and the nurse more than Amber Heard, number one. And the topic, "I did not do cocaine," it's just not a believable statement. And for the life of me, I don't know why she said that. Even if she believes it, it doesn't sound believable. So I think that hurts her testimony big.
Okay, next question is from Hamad Fatrati from YouTube. How do they make sure, this is a good one. How do they make sure that Amber and her lawyers don't make contact before each session outside of court? That's a great question, because, Florina, I'm going to send this one to you, because they're admonished. They're told every time testimony ends, you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone, even your lawyers. Judge Escarati says that. So how do they ensure that happens? Because as far as I'm concerned, it seems like it's all on the honor system.
Right. That is a great question. And you're exactly correct. It is all on the honor system. But we as lawyers have a law license that I would hope every attorney would like to maintain and not lose. And part of the oath that we take as attorneys in getting our law license is that we're going to follow the law, and that if there's a directive by the court, that we don't violate that directive. So we as attorneys know that we're not supposed to speak to witnesses while they remain under oath on direct testimony. And hopefully her attorneys are following that oath and on the honor system are not discussing her testimony with her. Are they for sure? We'll never know, but we have no reason to believe that they're violating that.
All right. Jean, this next question is for you. We're getting into the weeds a little bit here, but we've heard these names. So this is from Sandy Teakle from Facebook. Why aren't Josh, Drew, and Rocky Pennington, Raquel Pennington, witnesses? Wouldn't that prove AH's story? So we heard today that Rocky took the pictures of Amber after the May 21st incident. Sounds like pretty quickly she took the pictures. I thought Rocky was deposed. So we're going to have to check into that. But why wouldn't they be called? If you're the defense, you'd want to, since even if they came from Amber's phone, the photographs, Rocky took them.
Yes. Here's the thing.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
We're hand talkers here.
I'm Italian. I use my hands a lot.
Yeah, and I don't have an excuse. I just do this all the time.
I knock down wine glasses all the time. That's true.
All right.
I digress. But that's a fabulous question. And here's what's going to happen. If they don't call a witness, audience Sandy, if they don't call these witnesses that can corroborate what she says, and they have the ability to call them, you can guarantee in cross and in closing argument, the plaintiff's attorneys are going to drive a Mack truck through that. Because here's the thing. There could be a jury instruction that says if one side has the ability to call a witness that could help them but does not, you may infer a negative from their failure not to call somebody. It's like if you have an alibi. I told Gene Rossi I was in Chicago and not D.C. the day of the murder, and you don't call that person as a witness, there's a jury instruction on that, and that's something they will pound in cross or especially in closing argument.
Yeah, most definitely. And we heard Rocky too, like we heard earlier in the trial, I don't know if the viewers caught this, but Rocky and Amber aren't friends anymore.
Right.
They used to be friends. We're really getting...
Well, they might not be calling Rocky, I love the name.
Yeah.
May not be calling Rocky because he could be a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
He could provide bad information.
Yeah, so Rocky and they used to be friends. Rocky and Amber, they are no longer friends apparently. So that's an interesting thread that I would like to pull on. All right, so I guess that does it for us here at the courthouse. Florina Altschiller, thank you for being with us. I know you're going to stay on. That's it for me. That's it for Gene. We've loved doing this with you. So we're going to take a break because court should be coming back any moment now. You are watching For the Record live from the Fairfax County Courthouse on Law and Crime.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Oh, we have things, okay. Yes, what do we have? Okay, we're ready for the jury. All right, thank you. Seated. All right, your next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. 155, yeah. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit? And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
was that going to be for the whole 357 or is that 357A or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in there.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like the case was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say I approve it, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
Yeah, it seems to make sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and no, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. So the thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order, and that's the problem. Like she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I'll tell you what, Amber. Let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now. I
just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Let's look it up, timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said. And that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor.
false.
Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp Exhibit, that's Plaintiff's Exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you can play.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated, and it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. You understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose, and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning and we get canceled. But I don't know how. I think it, I just, I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor come and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, like, the problem is, hearing from you, like, your biggest struggle is that this is just, it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of this, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I would never be for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call my mom, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right. In evidence, 357D.
I've
Baby.
been called a liar.
Baby.
And I've been called a
Baby.
gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is.
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
Baby.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you would kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also, that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me, I've been on the phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get started.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's too fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Steve, this text message did not actually happen, or that of your security guard, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard is happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was gonna get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
way.
hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
let's
Honor.
go to
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G, Plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28. Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're gonna have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the stuff that, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
For May and December and in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that. All right. Okay. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not. Is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never actually, it would never get completed, would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained. Go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on. By doing so that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work that we're doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contribution. And he made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendants Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
Right.
He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release. And I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time. And I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role to your knowledge did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? This has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we can publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that, you know, both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
And then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this, and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
All right, and so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another daily, a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection.
time.
Calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputation.
Objection. That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm
We
sorry.
move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward. From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right, your next question.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll allow. It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was awaiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. They suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with The Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? And they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2,
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendants Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
So, Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a three-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud. As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
1 million.
Okay. And then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that
Okay.
sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is as of November 15, 2021. This is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendants Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
lack of foundation.
Overruled as to the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day, I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day. Over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. Why don't you have to do that? I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. All right. Why don't we just make it 3:25 then? We'll come back at 3:25? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hey, people. Well, what did y'all think? I was I was shocked that Elaine walked Amber right into a little miniature temper tantrum at the end, right? Seemed kind of strange. Wouldn't they want her to be calm? Wouldn't they want her to be calm if they're, going to start this cross examination? To be fair, it's 3:11 in Virginia, so I'm going to be very surprised. The judge might let them do an hour of cross examination. They might. Hey, Tennessee investigator. I haven't looked at. I just came running back. Let me look at Twitter and see if anybody's buying this. What about you guys? Anybody? If you think that Amber is still lying, or if you still think Amber is lying, put a 1. That she is actually the abuser. If your mind has been changed, if you've softened just a little bit, put a 2. I think she is too, Victorious One. It's hard to listen to her. It is very difficult to listen to her. Martin, tell me it isn't so, Martin. Are you really? Do you think that she's a damsel in distress? Have you heard the recordings, Martin? It's okay, Bebop. Oh, thank God, Martin. Thank God. I was fixing to rewind and re-listen to the whole thing, thinking I couldn't possibly be this wrong. Okay. It's like, well, if Martin has been swayed, maybe I better listen again. And then Singing Piranha has softened. Singing Piranha is feeling sorry for Amber. Yeah, look, anybody that's had little dogs, you know a little teacup dog did not put that poop on that bed, right? I mean, it's just reality. She is really something. She is really something. Well, I don't know if she's robotic, but I mean, I get what you're saying. I think it's that there's no emotion. I mean, she does a lot of feigning, like she pretends she's angry or indignant, but you don't feel it from her, right? You don't feel she's so cold. She's so hard. Even when she was like breathing, panting heavily, like she was having a panic attack, it just didn't get there I honestly don't know a single person that was affected by her testimony when she was crying and carrying on. Not one. They all said the same thing. They said, I'm watching her. She's freaking out, but it just seems like she's pretending to freak out. It's like a movie playing out in front of us. She is an actress. Yeah, that is weird, Sassy. But we saw Jodi Arias do that, remember? I'm telling you, No Name, the things that she has said that really and truly look to be, incorrect, she's got to be a psychopath to say those things. How else do you say them knowing they're not true? It's weird. No emotion in there. I don't think she has any emotion. Very strange. And that weird recording, was she talking to Johnny, not down? I'm just thinking, God, what drugs are you taking? I'm so sorry, Victoria Swan. So what do y'all think? Y'all think that we're going to get cross-examination today? Amber Heard's PR guru has 2 DWI arrests and he has sexual harassment claims against him. He is a peach. Name is David Shane. Yeah, Amber Heard definitely admitted that the op-ed is about Johnny Depp. She admitted it on direct. That is true. So, did anybody else notice that she's changed her testimony today? And the changes answered all of the inconsistencies that the public has found over the last 10 days. You know what that means? That means that during the 10 days, she was on the internet. And I believe she was on the internet with Elaine. My opinion. I don't know, Scarlett. The sleazeball of the World Club, I guess. Yeah, see. And can they, here's the question, right? So it's clear that she's been looking at the reaction from the public over the last 10 days, and she's changed her testimony in a dramatic way to answer for the inconsistencies and the mistakes that she's made to now. I mean, the change in her testimony is absolutely shocking. And my question is, is there any way to bring that up? Is there any way to bring that out so that She is quite sharp, isn't she, Sassy? She's very good. Oh, the pictures were useless. Absolutely useless. I'm going to tell you this. I want to know if they can pull out the fact that she changed her testimony to answer for things that social media has been talking about over this week. Yeah, I don't like Elaine. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Makeup with Jackie. I hope so, Sandra. Jules, the prosecution is going to be all over that. Well, I hope that'll be satisfying to watch, right? Elaine pronounces like we are all stupid. I wondered if anybody else noticed the way she reads, like, see Jack run. Jack and Jill ran up the hill. So many indiscrepancies, so many bullshit. I mean, just implausible, just lies, right? It's just crazy. I don't know if y'all can hear me yawning. I did not sleep very well last night at all. Elaine is the worst lawyer I have ever seen. Oh, thank you, Sassy. That is Elaine's way of trying to pronounce and not make a mistake herself. She has she has done so numerous times. That's terrible. But that's because it's so true, critters. I feel like we're in the Reading Rainbow room. See Dick run. Watch Dick run from Amber. Tonight, Amber has a bat. Not funny. I'm gonna totally get slammed for that one. Not funny. Run, Johnny, run. See Johnny run for his life. It's in such poor taste. Terrible. I have a terrible sense of humor. Run, Johnny, run. See Amber's head explode with anger. My little dog is looking at me like, Mom, are you okay? Jack is a good pirate. Amber is a sea wench. She is a bad actress. Hey, Joan, how are you? I saw that, Sassy. She took a little peek, didn't she? Multiple times, yeah.
All right. We want to approach?
The
Sure,
funniest
okay.
thing was when she looked over at the jury, and whenever she'd make eye contact, she'd make this stupid little half grin, kind of half smirk. You know, they looked away because she ended up looking angry. I don't think they believe her. Oh, Elaine. Sit down, Elaine. You're about to find out. Camilla's fixing to come in and show you how it's done. Or Camille. How do we say her name? Camille or Camilla? She had a phone in her eye. Is it Camille or Camilla? Hey, Sam, I am. Sam, I saw you making trouble. Don't come in here, Sam. I am being all fun and nice now. It's all fun and games until somebody gets their feelings hurt, Sam. It is a circus, critters. I agree. See, Drage, is it a circus? Sage wants to go outside. I do too, makeup with Jackie. We have a lot of fun. Camilla. It's Camilla. Okay. Elaine, you go sit down and watch Camilla. She's going to show you how it's done. You can ask questions later. Oh, no way, Sassy. Is that Rocky? Is that Rocky? Was that Rocky? Is Rocky going to testify? Do you see any looks of surprise? I haven't seen Runkle. I saw Law and Lumber. Law and Wood. Wood and Law. I can't ever remember the name of his channel. But I do watch his channel. Is that Nancy Grace? No, that's not Nancy Grace. Was that Rocky? Can somebody tell me if that was Rocky? That is Kate Moss. Scan back over. I think that was Rocky. Are they going? That is going to be a coup if she testifies. Right there. Is that Rocky? Y'all tell me, is that Rocky? Putting her hands up to her eyes. No, it wouldn't be her because she can't be in the courtroom unless she just came in and sat down. She keeps looking over at Amber. Somebody set me straight, please, so I can quit worrying about this. Yeah, they started lining up at 7:00. Sure did. And we got about 5 or 6 YouTubers in the audience. So the great thing about that is that there's Runkle. There's Runkle. Yay, Runkle. So the great thing about that is that tonight when they all go live, they're going to tell us what the jury is thinking. There you go. So we have Law and Lumber. Am I saying that right? We have Law and Lumber, and we have Runkle, and there is the other guy. What's his name? What's the other guy's name? Y'all help me. Oh, not Uncommon Law. What's the channel with the guy that looks a little bit Hispanic or Middle Eastern? Can't think of his name. It is Camille. Very good. Camille Vasquez. Not Vasquez. I know Elaine says Vasquez, but that's not how you pronounce it. It's Camille Vasquez. I know who you mean, but I can't think of it. Yeah, I can't think of his name either. It's going to drive me crazy till I remember. Hey, Rabbit. Well, we don't know. We're waiting to find out. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it is uncivil law, Yvette. Yeah, maybe. But they were ready because Kate Moss is in the audience. So they were hoping for for cross-ex. Let me see. Wow, they sure are having a long powwow, aren't they? No, that girl's name is Jenna Ben. Jenna Ben. The girl sitting there with the long black hair. Who knows what they're talking about out there? They have less hours left than JD's lawyers. True Sets Free. Do we have a number on the hours? How many minutes left each? Elaine, sit down and get out of the way and let Camille show us how it's done. Well, I tried to stream it today. I had to work for about 3.5 hours, and then it took another 30 minutes to get back. So I was gone about 4 hours. But it does look like you guys stayed and talked and had fun. So I think that's awesome. I'm going to have to, as soon as this is over, I'm going to go back to the 4 hours that I missed on the direct. We did when they ended the week before last shot, but forgetting. Kate Moss is a champion of JD. Amber will regret. Oh, she's going to regret it badly. Yeah. So, Johnny Depp's thing has been privacy, right? He's quoted, he would rather people make up things about him than to know his truth. He's kept it quiet. And Kate Moss did an interview, and she said that one of the great things about being in a relationship with Johnny Depp was that he taught her so much about being famous, about how to manage the stress and the strain of being famous. And she said that his motto was never complain, never explain. And that she has followed that, since she knew him, that she's never explained her personal life, never answered to rumors, never let public opinion affect her, right? And the net result has been that they have maintained a very close relationship throughout the years, but nobody knew they had a good relationship. Nobody knew that they were friends. And so she really stepped off in it when she, evoked the name of Kate Moss. So on Thursday, they had 24 hours and the prosecution had 26 hours. And they burned up a lot of their time today, didn't they? Well, you know what, Scarlett? He has been rode hard and put up wet. He drinks a lot, I would imagine he does very little very little like walking, cardiovascular, weightlifting, stuff like that. He's had a rough life. Oh, absolutely. Truth sets free. That bizarre recording of her, like she was 3 years old, and the laughter was manic, it was maniacal. That was not a woman in fear, not at all. Ooh, Bebop. Who you are going to be so nervous. We're going to see Bebop walking down the side of the road. She's just going to be a blur as she goes by. She's going to be walking so fast. She's going to be like those speed walkers where their hips go side to side. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, his Dior layout is gorgeous. Beautiful. Hey, Nancy Drew, how are you? So who knows what that means? Joan Laird knows what wrote it hard and put up wet. Tell us, Joan, what does that mean? Is that something dirty? Or is that a big no-no? Put a 1 if you know what rode hard and put up wet means. Joan knows. Who else knows? Rode hard and put up wet. I bet bling is the new black. I bet she knows. Yeah, kind of. A tired horsey. Yeah, when you ride your horses hard, if you don't brush them down, walk them, let them soak down, then their muscles can get sore. You got to brush them so that their coat's pretty. They work up a lather, and yeah. So if you ride a horse and you put him up wet, meaning all the lather and he's sweaty and everything, then they get all stove up and stiff, and their coat is gross and nasty. And if your dad's there, such as my case was, then you get in a lot of trouble if you put him up like that too. You have to leave your horse better than you found him. So when you show up the next day to ride, he looks beautiful and shiny, and he's healthy, and he's ready to go, prance around like he's somebody special. I know, Sassy. Yeah, and if you ride them hard, put them up wet, you give them water, then you can end up with colic, and the colic will kill them, right? Anybody ever had a colicky horse? It's less fun than a colicky baby, because you basically just have to walk them all night long, and they're trying to lay down on the ground so they can roll. You can't let them roll, because then they can turn their stomach upside down and die. So we've had, my Billy Joe one time got colic, and we had 4 grown men holding him up so he couldn't lay down. It's a pretty, yeah, that was a hard lesson on my part. My dad was very angry. Hey, Eden, I have budgies, parakeets. I have a white fancy. She's all white, and then she's got tanzanite blue splotches all over her. And then I have a like a kind of turquoise blue typical kind of with black stripe, kind of your typical parakeet look, but instead of it being blue, he's more like turquoise color. Oh man, I love Benchu. That may be what they're trying to decide, if they want to do another hour or if they're ready to call it a day. Oh, Amber, get that look off your face, girl. Power up. Cowboy up, girl. Don't be a big old baby. They're not looking at you, Amber. They don't like you. They're looking at you and
Thank
they're
you.
wondering who picked your clothes today.
All right, be seated. Cross-examination.
But your hair is on point. Your hair's looking good, girl. Looking good.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You catty little heifer.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I know
I
why.
do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever
She's
saw
gonna
Mr.
twist
Depp
off.
was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mhm.
And this is after you had
Oh,
obtained
see, it's
the
not
domestic
gonna be able to
violence
contain
restraining
that
order against
emotion.
him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209.
She is gonna twist.
I'm going to ask that
guys.
it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Hey, Rhett's mom.
Yes.
Come on, Camille.
All right, 1229.
Get
You want to
under
enter
her
it in its
skin.
entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all.
I
All this,
don't know. I
all this, everything you
just wanted to touch you.
just... Really? After all this shit you just
I
said?
just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You
Yes,
want to touch me?
please stop.
Fucking...
Please stop.
Fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to get
Yeah,
it back.
we did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
What? You're not my shrink.
Your hands are hard. Please just hold it.
No, you're fucking hard. No, we'll never see each other again. We won't neck. Don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you, you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
Somehow I think
One of the
he
first
would have
questions
no
your counsel
trouble
asked you
looking
in
at
direct
heifer.
is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
I believe him.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
You're
And the man you beat
preposterous,
up
lady.
numerous times.
Thank you,
Right,
Camille.
Mr.
I could never hurt Johnny.
Thank you.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he
totally
is
roll her
suing
eyes?
me, and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
Golly.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to
Wow.
believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or,
Wow, she is.
as you said to him in that
she is
recording, he was
so
going to believe that Johnny
arrogant.
Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man
Then
who beat me up for
why
5
did
years.
you say
Mr.
a
Depp
man?
is your victim,
You
isn't he?
said it, a man.
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly
Yep,
by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
yep.
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that.
Poor baby.
Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Miss Hood?
like people talking
That's my
about
experience,
her.
yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Joan.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
She's insane, y'all. She's absolutely insane.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving
That's
testimony
crazy.
in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
Wow, I'm amazed at that answer. Yes, you rolled her eyes, Diane.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave
I
on day
believe the
15 of
word
this
that
trial,
she used was pummel.
March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always.
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendants Exhibit 170.
So
A,
why are there no
which is
marks on your face, Amber? Me too,
You
Kate.
testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
No, you said he pummeled you.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember.
That's right.
Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Where's the mark?
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident
Look like
either.
she's on heroin.
I did
She's
not
on
seek
sin.
medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times with rings on his fingers.
That's correct.
I hope Johnny
did not
Depp is
seek
showing his
medical
hand
attention.
where they can see his rings.
Other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013.
It does not look like her, Sam. It looks more like her
where Mr.
sister.
Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, blood
I remember
spatter.
that.
Remember that one?
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged
Well,
incident,
the
did
ones
you?
I don't know if I
produced, they
took one
couldn't
or
get
if it's
any
included.
metadata
I'm
off
not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to
They
the
had
jury after
corrupted
describing
them.
that alleged incident, that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You
I
didn't show
don't-
any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from
That's
March
right.
2013, correct?
That's right.
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26,
that picture looks
2013. Do you
awful.
remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Maybe it was from sniffing
Yes,
cocaine.
that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
But
You didn't
you
take
got
any
hit in
pictures
the
of your bloody
nose?
nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
When she
1248.
blinks her eyes really fast, the behavior panel says that's her.
Ms. Heard,
she's
this
lying.
is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
Wow, she is on the
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249. This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled
He did.
while wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
Put your hand up, Johnny. Let them see your rings.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to this jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers,
Yeah, but
everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
But
Is it
you
your
didn't have
testimony, Ms.
them.
Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also
See
attended
her
an
game?
event after
You
the
see
Met
her
Gala in
game?
May of 2014,
See
didn't
how
you?
she's answering?
That is correct.
You went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
There is
Yes.
no picture, truth sets free.
Please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252.
There is no picture, right? By saying we turned over everything, all the medical records, all the photographs, she's trying to infer that that picture should have been part of it. There's no picture, it would have been used. There's no picture, and the judge wouldn't have kept it out. It's a game. It's a game of semantics.
This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but
Really? You're an
you should see what it
actress.
looked like underneath the makeup.
You're an actress.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought
wouldn't go to
you
your
had broken
doctor?
nose.
Exactly.
Ugh.
Right.
I'm gonna
Permission
mute
to
my
admit
microphone.
this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is a picture of you,
That looks
Mr.
like a
Depp, and Don
perfectly
Rickles,
thin,
right?
beautiful
That is
nose
correct.
to me. Some cold dead eyes, but the nose
Let's
is
please
great.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
Looks
He did whack me in the
pristine.
face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you
Explain
the
it
night
then.
after.
Yes, it is.
What about his rings? Golly.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's
She is
Exhibit
literally
1254.
lying to everyone in America right now and doesn't care.
This is also a picture of you
Then
at the same
everybody
event,
knows she's
correct, Ms.
lying.
Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury
look
can
at
see
that
it,
smug
this is a
little
picture
face.
of you at the
Wow.
same event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he
Do
did
you-
whack me in the face.
Do you see any
The night
bruises
after,
on
right?
her arms from
Yes,
having
it is.
been
I believe it was the
grabbed?
night after, yes.
Anything?
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does
It's
it, Ms.
very
Heard?
thin.
I'm wearing makeup.
Oh,
Your
magical
nose doesn't
makeup.
appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Miss Heard?
And there's no medical
That's why I'm wearing
records.
makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad
Ooh,
as you
I would
might
totally
imagine.
object.
And me, isn't that bad? I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Miss Heard?
What a
I've produced
lie.
everything.
Oh,
But
my
you haven't
God.
shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to.
What a
It's
liar.
not my job.
What a liar. What a liar.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, that's fine.
Call her on it, Camille. Go up there and say, why are we gonna let her lie? What about perjury, guys? Can she do that? Can she actually get up there and tell a bald-faced lie that the court knows is a lie? They have the information that she submitted, right? So they know if there's a photograph of a broken nose with no makeup on it. Right? Come on, somebody help me here that's got the legal background. Wow, she is a trippy chick, huh? They aren't objecting as giving her enough rope to hang herself. It is unbelievable, Joan. Her alleged bruising would be apparent a day after for sure. That is so weird. She is a lying dog. Absolutely, Eden. It's terrible. And it hurts. Never mind. It hurts so bad. No, the event that happened before the Met Gala, she's claiming that Johnny Depp punched her in the face multiple times with those big rings on. She doesn't have any swelling, none at all. Also, with this whole ice pack thing to reduce swelling, it only reduces swelling for 20 minutes, right? You have to take the ice pack, put the ice pack on, and then take it off, and then you have to wait 20 minutes and put it back on because it begins to swell again. Of course, absolutely, Cericia, no doubt. She scares me to death. In fact, I'm more afraid of Amber Heard than I am Barry Morphew. No, you cannot cover swelling with makeup, no matter how well you can, use shading. Sandman Blue, what are you going to do about the swelling? They have one kind of makeup that you can cover up a tattoo, but what are you going to do about the swelling? That's my question. And that bathroom mirror photograph does not look like Amber Heard. It looks like her sister. Not that kind of swelling. Sandra says, I fell down some stairs in my mother's garage and hit my nose on a metal cabinet. My eyes were black and blue and swollen, and my nose was swollen and torn in half. That's what happens. And the swelling is right around the tear ducts, both on the top lid and the bottom lid. And a lot of times people can't hardly open their eyes from a broken nose. This is just absurd, what she's saying. That's what I want to know, Katie. That's a bald-faced lie. Yeah, for sure. As an actress, no. As an actress, you would be at your doctor's office the next day. Plastic surgery that she's had, you would be there to make sure that everything was okay. Absolutely. She's just full of it. And she looks at social media. She admitted to looking at social media, right? But she looks at social media and she looks at how many people are against her. They don't believe her. These are women that have been abused themselves, and they see her as the abuser. They recognize the behavior of an abuser, the attitude of an abusive person, right? And she doesn't see that. She looks at it and sees, oh, see what a victim I am? No, everybody's watching your behavior. You are abusive.
Ms.
Not
Heard, you
on your
testified
face,
that in
Sam
January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. Was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
How does a man kneel on you and you not get a bruise?
One other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I'll show you one more
She is
picture.
so
Plaintiff's
painfully
Exhibit
thin. I swear she looks like she was
1258.
doing cocaine.
And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence. Publish.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
Who
You
believes
just took
that?
2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
But no photographs.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Sir, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial?
I
You were under
can-
oath, right?
I cannot deal with her. Wow.
For the jury?
This is 10 times worse than I thought it was going to be. This is not. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was broken.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Right,
oh my
we'll
God.
get it.
Of course, she did get, RAPE with the bottle and went through that like a champ. So I don't Wow. The reason you don't know what a broken nose feels like is you've never felt one.
Thank you, Judy.
God, this is unbelievable. If you think that she is coming off worse than you expected, put a 1. If you think she looks better than you expected, put a 2.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593, the jury trials transcript.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam Man Blue. I didn't know this was a trial, Johnny Depp on trial for treason. How foolish of me. What? Oh, she's yanking on those papers, isn't she?
Lines 8 through 13.
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
And you told this jury that you had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross pussy, and quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
gross.
Now, for this
pussy.
incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those
I
in a
bet
minute.
it's going to be
but I first want
horrible.
to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
What's in that water bottle?
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and,
Oh, really?
not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no, grace? So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm so
I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury. If we may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, she looks evil,
I
doesn't
grew
she?
up, in Texas riding horses and,
Oh,
We
really?
have we have
Not a
ballet.
big ballet community out there in Texas.
Ballet
not so much.
Texas,
Shooting guns,
you
yes,
liar.
but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace. So I knew I had to train for it. And what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning the technical aspect of ballet. And I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all of the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working. I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to like get encouragement and look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize like all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of like funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet like
What were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing like a jump with a back bend, and you can see this like graceful falling, and my hands are like, and my face though is like, I've got that you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on, and like flower crowns and all this stuff. And then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98. These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot, it doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right, and Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
God, you liar. Ugh.
You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendants Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence.
Yeah, they are, Diane. But I think she had lost like a ton of weight.
You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
It just looks like you got a bad
And if we could
hangover.
also please pull up Defendants Exhibit 517, which is also in
And
evidence.
if you were taking photographs of bruising, why didn't you shine light on it? Why is it? Are you in the dark? Why is she in the dark?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
Maybe
If we
she
could
got
please
this
pull
when
up Plaintiff's
she and her
Exhibit
sister got into this
409, which is
fight.
already in evidence.
And what about the bruises on her neck?
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it. As I mentioned to you earlier.
God.
So you did
This
give
woman?
these pictures to People magazine.
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
They can't.
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
Wow, Elaine, you just got thrown under the bus, big girl.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
It's so hard to take this seriously. This doesn't even look real. This doesn't look real. She is a clown.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
Insomnia, anxiety, and ADHD.
That's correct.
Oh, she was
And this record doesn't document any
drug
physical
seeking.
injuries
She was
on you,
needing
does
some
it?
Adderall. She has a
I
headache.
don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't,
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right. Okay. And this medical record is from that
Insomnia,
visit, correct?
anxiety, and ADHD.
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please. if you could.
She got Ambien and something else. I missed it. Did y'all see what they prescribed her?
The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record. Right, Ms.
So
Heard?
Kipper
Yes,
did
what I meant by
sign
partial
it.
is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I
You
didn't
just caught
get
in
into
a
what
lie.
happened or ask for
just got
anything
caught
other than
in a
should I
lie.
get some sort of scan done.
All right, but this record doesn't document any
Damn.
physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, read it
let's
in
do
full.
that.
Way to go, Camille.
If we could please go
She
well
is
under skin
ridiculous,
on the
Nancy.
second page. It reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor. No signs of, oh, this is going to be hard. Cyanosis?
No signs
Mottling,
of
jaundice.
cyanosis, mottling,
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
traumatic, curl,
Right.
TM2.
I have no idea what that means.
Clear, midline, no
I think
JDB,
this
no carotid.
medical record's missing a lot of things.
No, it's not. You
Yeah.
idiot.
It doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move it to strike.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, There's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for a broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp, as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case?
I would object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come and approach.
Man, this is crazy. This is so crazy. She had a nose job. Yeah, and don't forget, Elaine is helping her. Well, yeah, of course. If she submitted the documents.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendants Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence.
What's in that bottle, y'all? Is that Xanax she's got in there?
You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And
yes.
I took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed.
She's a
and he
class
would
A
be none the
liar,
wiser.
isn't she?
So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew
You liar.
that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendants Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes.
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendants Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. You also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendants Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took a picture of it?
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
and protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
And his hand is in his pocket, which is kind of weird.
Yes, I think it's a part of getting
if
help.
His hand is in his pocket.
Looking at it, seeing it.
It doesn't
But you
even
sent
look
this
like he's
picture to one of
holding
your
the
friends,
cup.
didn't
Look
you?
at his thumb.
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendants Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendants Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Hurd. So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Brito? Could you turn your microphone again? Thank you.
I need to see it first because I don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not Ms. Hurd's
Up or down on
text
this?
messages. Consistent with hearsay.
You remember we approach?
Okay.
Well, this is she has a very strange presentation, doesn't she? She looks like she is sucking that pink stuff down, and she looks like she is serene compared to the way she looked when she first got up there. Doesn't she, Joan? She definitely looks like she is lumped out. She has a good nose. Yeah, she's given the impression that she believes she's smarter than everybody in the courtroom, actually. Now, whether that's true or not remains to be seen. I did, Critters, and she keeps grabbing for it. That's the first time she's been drinking water like that. Interesting. You got to admit, Rabid, she's fairly audacious, right? In her lies. It's pretty, she has no trouble at all telling a bald-faced lie. It's really disconcerting. if she starts going to sleep. That would be classic, wouldn't it? That'd be a pretty fun way to end it.
Sir, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And it doesn't
And you
look
wrote,
like he's
quote,
holding
"This is
it.
what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
This is what I've been dealing
That
with.
is me getting support from my best friend.
This is
Why
you
didn't
supporting
you-
Mr. Depp.
Why didn't you show her
This
your,
is me getting
your
support
bruised
from my
and
best
bloody
friend.
face?
I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things.
And
Of
why
course he
not-
could get upset. Of course
Why
that's
didn't you
scary
get
to me, of
support for
course.
your bruised
But
and
It stopped
bloody
you from
face?
sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
Because you'd be afraid of him.
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard?
Yeah, that-
In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
So how's he holding the ice cream?
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendants Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence. Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to a photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table?
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see 1 cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my
for
life.
Mornings? Does that mean you get up and you start with a
You don't have any
line?
pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
If she did,
Well,
she
you haven't
would have
shown
turned
any of
it
those
in.
pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp
If
in the
he's
kitchen.
sleeping, then
that was
he's not
played
likely
again
to
for
be
this jury
beating her, right?
beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did. I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Amber, hush, girl. Golly.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8, exactly.
your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
Oh, she rolled her eyes. Did y'all see that? Get your swig, girl. Whatever sentence.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each.
To the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break. Particularly for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
Why would she
You also
care?
And he chose to do the former,
Why would she
not the latter.
care?
I mean,
Why
the
would she
other way
care
around.
If he paid $100,000 or $200,000.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments, and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
Wow, she's having another drink, people.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page, her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Johnny Depp is smiling. I wonder why. This is so interesting. I don't know what to make of it. Is Rabbit Dog still in here?
Oh, really?
You released a statement
May we approach again?
Okay.
What do you think, Rabbit? I am too. I don't know what to make of it.
Before we ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one.
I want to see it before you ask it.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. That's exactly what I said. Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's all right. That's fine. Thank you.
Eden, I think there's something. I don't know that it's alcohol, but I think there's something there to keep her calm. And she does.
Could you please turn your
beginning to
microphone on?
look
I'm
sleepy.
sorry.
Your Honor, they gave
I
me a
agree,
redacted, but I
Marilyn.
don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
That's what I'm guessing.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have the document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Okay, give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course it could be flavored water, Sandman Blue, but how do you account for the fact that she's sucking it down where she sat there all day and hasn't had anything? I mean, it's definitely different, and she looks like she's getting sleepy. Yeah, I think she's manipulative. I think she's just so detached from reality. I think she's completely manipulated.
Sorry, Ms. Barlow. May I approach?
Yes.
Well, one thing is for sure, she better hope that it's not Xanax.
So, Your Honor, can we have a copy of this?
Yeah, you can get a copy of that
Happily.
later
Yes.
today. Okay.
Right,
All right.
I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I
thing
understand, but
before.
we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of, there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay, come forward.
Judge is getting irritated with Elaine. Ooh. Yes, she is, Carol. She definitely getting sleepy, people. Did you see how long it took her to blink just then? I wish she'd get sleepy and fall asleep. With this.
All right. So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts
Objection, Your Honor.
at Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
Yes.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection, 1260 and evidence over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote.
He does all kinds of things. He does the hearing aids and the.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Was playing games with charities' money.
After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
Horrible woman.
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to publish
Your Honor,
it.
it contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor,
Boy,
if we
she
may
is
approach very
drinking
briefly.
so fast. Her voice is changing, and she's making more and more. She's looking more and more pointedly at Johnny Depp. I believe in my heart, there's something in that water. See her? Man, this girl is a trip. And listen to her talk. Her voice is changing. Thank you, Rabid Dog. You know, Rabid, probably, you know what that Sandman Blue is, right? Let's ignore it. Yeah, she's changed. And the big thing to me is how often she's looking at him, right? She's losing control now. Man, that is the last thing you want to be doing. Is using something like Xanax if you've got to be under control and on your toes. That is the last thing you want to be using. Was she sleeping? She looked like she was sleeping for a minute there. You know, that is pretty shocking if you think about it. That is pretty shocking that they tried to strong arm him into 14 million rather than 7 million when they were talking about it 7 million going to charity. That's pretty damn sleazy.
So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
I don't care if he's getting a tax break or not.
There allegedly were
Is she
all
going
kinds
to
of
sleep?
accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a
She's
divorce.
looking at that bottle too. Did you see her look? She is really drinking a lot of pink stuff. Okay.
$7 million in
another
total
drink.
was
Look at
donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American
Right.
Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've
Yeah, but
never
she
heard
didn't
of.
do
wanted
it.
nothing.
She didn't do it. She didn't give anything not to the Children's Hospital, not to the
This
ACLU.
interview was in October of
$50,000.
2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendants Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence. This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4,
Paid off February the 1st, 2018.
there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath, so the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection
Elaine.
to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to them.
Okay.
It's a actual, he literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment
This-
directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so.
This may be enough to twist
Were all made to
old
you,
Amber
weren't they?
off.
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's an
overrule
improper-
Objection, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's not
testified
my
to that.
question, Mr.
Oh, man.
My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
Amber's going to call
I was
somebody
here
else a
every day
liar.
in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
So you
And
got
the
all your
op-ed came
money.
out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would agree with me.
That is correct.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
Yeah, where's the
But
money?
you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
Where's
That's
the money?
incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
No,
of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
that's
$7
not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million donated, not pledged, donated.
Even
the
though you
$7
got it
million
in your bank account.
divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They're
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms.
But
Heard,
you didn't pay it, Amber.
I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question.
Yep.
As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something,
Good
didn't
for
you?
you, Camille.
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
You got $7 million.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it.
Oh.
I loved Johnny. That's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want
Exactly,
good press,
Victoria's
yes.
one.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my
she's
name
dying.
and clearing my name. And at
She's
the time,
dying on
I
the
was being
stand
called a
right
liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
That's not what it's about.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You did. You did
You
it
testified
not
under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No.
She always adds
Heard.
that pledge.
My questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
You are really something, lady.
No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
Thank you, Hybrid.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
She's not using the word
Statement.
pledge.
When you say
Amber,
you
are
buy a house,
dumb?
you don't pay for
Ms.
the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house
Hurd,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not
time.
asking, Ms. Hurd.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right?
She's
Ms. Hurd?
about to freak out.
I
Get
made the
her.
pledge. I
Don't
want to
let
be
her
very
calm
clear.
down.
I pledged the entirety.
Don't let her calm down.
I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been
Don't let her
sued.
calm down.
You had all of the $7 million
That's right. Good.
for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay
Yes.
it to the charities
Yes.
you pledged it to.
There it
Is
is.
that correct, Ms.
I
Hurd?
disagree with your characterization of that.
What?
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
Boy, that is. You had the. Oh my God. Now I'm triggered. There you go. Take you a swig, girl.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
Golly. Unbelievable. Amber, I can't help but notice that your bottle is almost empty.
Ms. Vasquez, do you want me to close the shades?
That would be
Okay. There's this light coming across. And
So I appreciate that.
Has
It's
to be a little
probably good
uncomfortable.
light. Thank you, Your Honor.
all right.
She is smug and she does not care that she looks like a dumbass.
This is
She does
your third
not
witness
care.
statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Hurd?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
She did not.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else.
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by
Actually,
you, right?
It was 700,000.
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000
The guy
payments
from
came from your
ACLU
boyfriend,
said it
Elon
did
Musk,
count
right?
toward her obligation.
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
I think this if Your Honor's
Okay, you
fine.
said
This is a good
that's a
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside
This
research and do not discuss the case with
is
anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I
one
appreciate your
of
patience and
the
your,
oh my God,
taking
I
care of
am
everything
in
here. Please take care of
complete
yourself tonight,
shock.
okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
I am in complete shock at how she was lying. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Pretty shocking to see somebody. Oh no, yes, you are correct. I pledged the whole amount. No. Did you pay it? Oh yes, I pledged the whole amount. You know what I'm gonna do? The next time that I have to pay my mortgage, I'm gonna pledge the full amount. I'm gonna contact the bank and I'm gonna say I pledge to pay you the entirety of my mortgage. Man, she got $1 million for Aquaman 1, and she's gotten very little for Aquaman 2. She got $200,000 for The Stand per episode, and I think she was in like 4 of the episodes. And then her latest movie in Guatemala, she got $65,000. It was so bold, Nellie. It was so bold. Wow, that's just amazing, isn't it? I am victorious one. I am never paying a bill again. If all you got to do is just pledge to pay it, hell, that's a new standard here in the United States of America. Whatever was in that pink juice, that was the magical mystery drink, wasn't it? Man, I am just amazed. And she took her bottle with her, even though it was empty. Man, that is every moment she surprises me more and more and more. Every single moment is more shocking than the last. Well, and there are people, Nellie, there are people that would say that's the classic mark of a psychopath. Yeah, I pledged every penny. Well, I know you pledged it, but what's still left in your bank account? Like, do you have the whole $7 million in your bank account? Do you have enough to go ahead and pay the whole $7 million that you pledged? Man, that is a slime too. Think about it. Like if you were to pledge, let's say to St. Jude's, let's say you called them and you pledged, I pledge you $2,000, right? And then you go, oh, I don't have enough to give you $2,000. I've only got enough to give you $5. Aren't you a slime? Yes. Wow, I am just amazed. Oh, he's completely weird, Rabid. And in recent days, there have been some very strange rumors, that have resurfaced. They were out a couple of years ago. They're back now about him and some German fetish clubs. Apparently, he and Amber used to go to the fetish clubs together. And I always ask myself, she's so outgoing and grew up in a really humble manner, right? And you end up with the richest man in the world who can't really talk about anything other than stuff that most other people can't understand. Why would she want to be with Elon? Like, she probably doesn't understand half of what he's talking about. It's a very strange pairing, for sure. Oh my God. You know what, Sandman Blue? I know that you have that air about you that says I'm so eternally more intelligent than anybody else in the room. what you don't understand is you're being very unusual. Okay. Most neurotypical people can watch this girl on the stand and recognize that her behavior is decidedly not normal. She has been backed into a corner. Her lies have been revealed in a way that the jury will not be able to ignore. And you're the only one with your nose stuck up in the air pretending that you're the smartest one in the room. You may want to go home and think about that a little bit. Elon donated in her honor. Yeah, I don't even know what that means either, right, Marion? Her honor? What kind of honor? I made that comment that I could see she and Elon saying, you know, well, she's this probably one of the most beautiful women alive right now. And he is definitely the most brilliant guy alive right now. They could put them together and seed the new race on Mars, right? I mean, I could go with that for Elon's willingness to, you know, inseminate some eggs and freeze the embryos with this chick. Most men would run, not walk. They would run, right? Yeah, Sam and Blue, we certainly did listen to it. And, you know, you're revealing yourself just to be arrogant and smug like someone that we all hate. No, he would have had a reason to do the embryos. I can certainly believe that, you know, he would have said, yeah, we'll just take, you know, 20 of these embryos and put them on a rocket to Mars. So I can't either, Joan. I can't either. I won't get in till probably 8, 9 o'clock, and then I'll watch as long as I can before I fall asleep. She is so beautiful, critters. She is, but boy, she is ugly to the bone. Ugly to the bone. Oh, don't even think about it, Sam. I am. Not a good thought. Hey, Pineapple, how are you? Well, I will tell you this, Marion. Her sister is not even remotely close to the level of beauty that you know Amber has been possessed with. I personally think Amber looked better than before the surgery, right? What are you talking about, Sandman Blue? What misinformation? Yeah, she is Sam. I am. She's very beautiful. Beauty's only skin deep, ugly's to the core, or rotten's to the core. Okay, Saul, but I'm going to tell you something. We don't break wild Broncos anymore. Maybe if you're like in South Dakota or Wyoming and you get access to some of the wild horse herds, but very few people even do it then. The horses are born in captivity and they're raised around human beings. Within days, you've got a saddle blanket on their back, and then quickly you've got a small saddle, and then you move it. They've got halters on them within hours of being born. That graduates into you know, the headset and reins with a bit in their mouth. Those horses, by the time you get up on a horse, that horse trusts you implicitly. They are nervous, they're skittish, they're looking at you like, okay, did you know you're on my back? And are you supposed to be there? So, but there's none of that crazy Bronco, test crash dummy bull that she said. That was a bald-faced lie. Yeah, I think she was prettier before the surgery. Absolutely. No, Sandman Blue, I hate you for arrogance. How's that? I don't like people that think they're the smartest person in the room just because they think going against the crowd makes them look smart. It doesn't. It makes you obnoxious. Oh, right. Yeah, Caldonia. She likes the thrill of the challenge. The crazy part is his attorneys are just getting started. Can you imagine when they bring the fireworks? Her cheekbones, I think her cheek implants are strange looking. Yeah. My laptop died. Did they play the late night show clip? I don't know what clip you're talking about, Diane. Bye, Jackie. Thank you for being here. Wow, that was a wild ride. It was weird, Michelle. It was very strange. Not what, it just so weird overall. Like I can't even, it was weird in a way I can't even, didn't she seem like an entirely different person? Like someone we've never seen before? She has a chin implant. I don't mind someone having different opinions, but at least have the right facts. She has such blue body. If I were wealthy, I would definitely get porcelain veneers. I won't, Yvette. I won't, because I won't get home till I won't get home till late, but I mean, Bill will be here. I guess he can get up, but you're just kind of annoying and stuck up. Beauty is not on the surface, but in the heart, and Amber is missing a heart. Don't go to that doctor, Squirrel Cheeks. Angelina warned JD about Amber from the get-go. Yes, she did. Very good point, Hybrid. Very good point. Amber has a dark heart. A pledge is not a payment. Yeah, no, that particular person, Carol, going by the name Salmon Blue, knows what a pledge is and what payment is. But that particular person is very much like Amber and would absolutely sit on the stand and say, yes, I pledged every dime of the 7 million, even while every dime of the 7 million was sitting in her bank account. Okay, so don't worry, just ignore it. The turd is showing the turd in her. Oh, the herd is showing. How are you, Miss Haight? Yes, Rabbit. Yeah, it was so weird, wasn't it? So different, like a completely different person. It was weird. It was so weird. I can't get over how different she was. Yeah, exactly, Nancy. Of course. Bye, Eden. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be streaming again on Thursday. Thank you, Pineapple. Yeah, she claimed that it was the lawsuit, but she didn't pay but just 100,000, I think. Bye, Sandra Chapman. Thank you for being here. Yeah, no, if she didn't want his money February the 1st, when that $7 million was paid in full, she would have immediately turned around and given it to charity and then called a press conference, right? No, I don't think she ever intended to give the money. Maybe just little payments throughout the years, right? Yeah. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for being here. You have a good evening, okay? All right, people. I'm going to put this to an end. We have been here all day. Very interesting, right? I still can't get over how she's so different, a different person altogether. It just is so strange. Thank you, Oz Brumby. Thanks for being here, Brumby. Once she started drinking the pink juice. Yeah, it got weird real fast, didn't it, Joan? I'm going to go back and rewatch. And I'm going to keep my eye open for the pink stuff and see if she dramatically changes. But she sure looked like she was getting sleepy and kind of winding down, right? Thank you, Hybrid. I appreciate your help. Thanks, Sam. I appreciate you being here. All right, everybody. It was the pink stuff, critters. I'm sure Twitter will be full of pink stuff memes tonight. It was a crazy day. Yeah. It was liquid courage. There you go. I'll have what Amber's having. Okay, guys. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it. It was so much fun watching with you guys. I'm going to tell you, I'm still completely in shock. I'm just in shock because this is just not the same woman. And you don't know what the deal is. You don't know if she's playing a role or if she's got, dissociative identity disorder or what the deal is with her. But definitely her social presentation was very dissimilar to her norm. It's just hard to, even Ben seemed surprised, like his mouth dropped open. Good deal, Rabid Dog. Good. Maybe Rabid Dog could go live tomorrow. Rabid, why don't you stream the thing on your channel tomorrow and everybody can come over and watch it on your channel since I won't be here. I believe they start at 9 a.m. Eastern time, Rabid. All right, y'all check Rabid's channel tomorrow and see if he's on. I don't know if he can get up that early because I think would be about the time he'd be fast asleep. Or no, maybe that's early in your day. Is that early in your day? Yeah, some kind of billionaire boyfriend or something, right? Some kind of property owner or property broker. But she and Johnny have been a little chummy. I'm traveling tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, y'all are going to have to go watch over on Legal Bites. But they're awesome. They're awesome. Okay, people, I want to go back and watch this thing again because I'm just completely blown away at how different she was with Camille. Very weird. So I'm going to go back and watch it again, starting from the cross-ex and see what I can think about because I'm just amazed. I'm amazed, truly. Thank you, Joan. I'm glad you were here. Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful Monday evening. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and watching this testimony with me today. I don't know if you're as blown away as I am, but it was one of the weirdest things I've ever watched, truly. So we'll see what Mara has to bring, right? Don't forget, you can watch on Legal Bites, BYTES. They're awesome. Okay? All right. I'll see you Thursday.